Alright, welcome back to another stream with Assassin's Creed and our continuation of the 2023 annual challenge playthroughs. And today's gonna mark the first day of our AC4 Black Flag playthrough with the stealth and all mission challenge, including all the mission objectives. And yeah, as usual, before we actually gonna be starting the game, we're gonna be having a look at the promotional materials and all the trailers in the order that they have been released at. And yeah, kind of like get an impression for the game and kind of like the vibe we wanna create with it and what we might be expecting from the game. And put ourselves into the shoes of the people that have seen these trailers before the game came out. And yeah, it all starts with the world premiere trailer, which is kind of like a cinematic short one, not really showcasing any gameplay yet. And then we also have, of course, the gameplay review, so showcasing the tag. Then we have the cinematic trailer, which is kind of like the biggest and most massive undertaking of the trailer. Then we got the Defy trailer, which is kind of like a live action trailer, where we even have like a behind the scenes for later. And I'm also going to showcase a kind of like TV spot to 2 trailer, and then of course the story and launch trailer as well. And yeah, it's all like in the order that they've been released in, with the first one being March 4th, 2013, and the last one being sometime in October, I guess. So kind of like over the course of half a year, they announced all the kind of like different trailers. Which is quite interesting, you know, because it's been like, I don't know, almost half a year, I think, since Mirage was announced. Actually, have a look. And we haven't had any trailers since then, you know.
Peggy.
Yeah, it's been 7 months ago. And we haven't had anything since then, you know. With AC4, you know, we had like the world premiere, and then the gameplay review already, let's see, like 2 to 3 weeks, like 3 weeks later pretty much, right? Which gives you an impression for how early they wanted to announce something Assassin's Creed, but the game was definitely not finished at any kind of like point. Whereas releasing like a gameplay review so early gives you an impression that they really waited to announce the game until the game was pretty much in the finishing stages. Which honestly makes me a bit concerned about Mirage, you know, because the trailer that they created could be very different to how the game turns out, I guess. But either way, let's go ahead and start watching some trailers for Black Flag and get ourselves hyped and ready for the game world we're gonna explore.
Peggy 18.
All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
The year is 1715, and outlaws rule the Caribbean seas. Here, you're at the helm of an adventure unlike any other, charting your own course through a treacherous world, where events are unpredictable and outcomes uncertain. Set sail for exotic ports, from Havana to Kingston, and explore uncharted islands, each harboring their own mysteries. This is Edward Kenway, feared by the authorities and pirates alike. Kenway's hunger for infamy and riches inspires a fierce loyalty amongst his crew. A pirate, trained by assassins. He must chart his own course between chaos and freedom. The next chapter in the Assassin's Creed experience challenges you to learn, adapt, prevail, and eventually to stand amongst the legends of this unique time in history. This is a test not simply of brawn, but of ingenuity, matching your skills against seasoned adversaries on land and sea. For a brief, shining moment in history, a select breed truly lived free. Join them under the black flag of Assassin's Creed 4.
Pre-order now for the GameStop edition. Includes exclusive in-game content. Single-player mission Black Island. Unlockable Black Ship. Also, pick up today a free collectible poster designed by Todd McFarlane. Pre-order at GameStop today.
Peggy 18. Peggy 18.
Men dream. But dreams hold no value here. What was first the bright light of hope has turned into a long night of captivity. Lost in the dark, we surrender our minds and forget who we are. But some of us have woken up. They remind us that we all have a choice. To stand, not kneel. To oppose, not obey. To live, not just exist.
Peggy 18.
Have you ever been disrespected? Forced to follow orders? Would you rather defy your masters and live by the creed of pirates? Are you ready to fight for the freedom to act as you wish? Calling all men of fortune, willing to pledge allegiance to no one. Calling all who are ready to defy. Assassin's Creed 4, Black Flag.
Peggy 18.
Edward, privateering. Is it dangerous?
We are not men meant to govern. We take and spend and live heartily wherever we go.
We're moments away from the grandest prize of all.
10,000 times above what we could pull off any Spanish ship.
That ain't a fortune. It's a fantasy.
To fight beside a man so driven by personal gain and glory is a hard thing, Edward.
If you continue on your present course, they'll find you're the only one walking it.
The men who call themselves governors of this island. Charles Vane, Ben Hornigold, and Ed Thatch.
Be hanged by the neck until dead.
When I turn around, there's not a man or woman that I love left standing beside me.
This will be your fate if you fail to cooperate.
I will choose a new path, but I will never cooperate with those bastards.
Peggy 18.
As a pirate of these treacherous seas, you taught me how to live in liberty and die defiant.
These pirates have been found guilty of theft, treason, and murder, and are thus sentenced to be hanged from their necks until dead.
They will execute me in the morning, Edward. But they will never restrain you.
All hands aft, lads! We're taking this one home!
Once gold was your only care.
I want a taste of the good life. An easy life.
Now your courage terrifies empires.
If a man plays the fool, then it's only fools he'll persuade, but appear to be the devil. And all men will submit.
And kings and queens curse your name. You defy them by living free. I shall not live to see the world you were shaping, but I know it will be a better one.
To court us all, man the cannons!
Let's hear the roar of this beast! Send them to hell!
Alright, and with that, welcome back again to more of AC4 Black Flag. Now that we watched all of the trailers, it's time to make the start to our actual playthrough. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed that and watching kind of like what people were saying before the game actually launched and they got to play it. It's quite interesting, I think, you know, kind of like the vibe they create already just by looking at the trailers, you know, and you know exactly what to expect in a way. I do think it's quite accurate to kind of like how they marketed the game with what you actually end up getting, you know. I love especially the cinematic trailers as well. Okay, just gonna check that everything is alright here. We're good. But yeah, so similar to the playthroughs we've done before, gonna be aiming to do all of the important story stuff, including all of the missions and all the mission objectives. And also we will be doing, of course, the stealth challenge, where we gotta kill our targets without getting detected whatsoever. Unless, of course, the mission is kind of like having a forced combat scenario, which can happen quite frequently. That you actively have to be chased or be in combat or whatever. So those scenarios, of course, are exempt. But yeah, Black Flag actually has a lot of stealth scenarios and locations. So I will kind of like force myself to do all of those stealthy. Like, even if it means going for like warehouses and stuff, I would try to do that stealthy as well, and will count detections for that. But yeah. And as for what we're gonna be doing in the game, of course, all optional objectives, all the Templar hunts, all the assassin contracts, all the naval contracts, all of the messages in a bottle, all naval forts, all the mine stealies, all legendary ships, all modern day hacks, and we're gonna be reading all the database entries for people. So we get like all the background information for the different characters in the game. But yeah, I might not be reading everything in the game though, especially when it comes to the modern day. There's kind of like things like, you know, like very elaborate like emotes and stuff, and I might just be scrolling through them and kind of like summarize them myself. Kind of like with the important parts of it. And yeah, kind of like might be going a bit easier there on the reading of certain modern day documents. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started here.
Is it dangerous? Edward? Privateering, is it dangerous?
Wouldn't pay so nice if it weren't.
Why not sail with the King's Navy? Earn a proper wage, sail under gentlemen.
Sod the Navy's gentlemen. For every shilling I'd earn, the captain gets 600. That's no way to earn a fortune.
We We don't need a fortune.
It's not about need, Caroline. I want food that don't make me sick. I want walls that hold back the wind. I want a decent life.
How long would you be gone with these privateers?
A year, I reckon. 2 at the most.
All right. No more than 2. Promise me.
Love the backstory there already, you know. The reason he sets out is he wants a decent life. But obviously those 2 years weren't enough to actually make the amount of money that he wanted to get. Plus with the war ending and stuff, you know, privateers had to turn to piracy, essentially. It's looking very grim in that regard for Edward, since as you can see he has 0 reales, so no money whatsoever.
Was it good for you as well?
Havana. I must get to Havana.
Well, I'll just build us another ship, will I?
I can pay you. Isn't that the sound you pirates like best? 100 escudos.
Keep talking.
Will you or won't you?
You don't have that gold on you now, do you?
Bloody fucking pirates!
I'm on to you, Sneaksby!
Sneaksby?
Come on, mate. We're off to a bad start.
It's a fun name for an assassin. Yeah, I guess it's time to get the money.
It's 100 leagues or more to Havana. Will you walk that distance?
They can't blame him, you know, he tried to kill him essentially. So Edward has like legitimacy to go after him, I guess. As you can see, it's still the same engine as AC3, only they advanced on a couple things like definitely, you know, some of the textures, especially for the trees and the jungle especially, you know. What I also love is like the dynamic weather system, you know, which can affect like the ocean plus the land at the same time.
Posh git. Where's he running to?
Right, so as to what we will be doing on this island, I'm looking at the mines daily. the viewpoints, probably the song sheets because I do love getting and collect shanties. There's 2 secrets which I'm also interested in. Fragments and chest I will only collect maybe at the start probably. But we won't be collecting all of them in the playthrough. Just to give us like a head start, I guess. Because money early doesn't hurt. Hey there, the Gamer Loop. Welcome in. And thank you for joining. I'm doing very good. Very excited to get to start this game again. We're doing a stealth and all mission objectives challenge with this game actually. So yeah, it's gonna be great, kind of like playing the game with a focus on that this time around. How are you doing? Got a wild pig hide. Means got a predator nearby. That's good to hear the Gamer Loop. I'm glad to hear it. I think I've seen you a couple times in Rod stream already. He's another
we could work together.
Big fan of Assassin's Creed as well. That's right, Gamer Loop. Definitely have. Kinda like how you can see items and the worth that you're looting.
Keep your distance!
Okay, now it's personal. Love that music. I think it's right enough now that he could shoot with gunpowder again. The way he bounced back though.
Senor Duncan Walpole, I accept your most generous offer and await your arrival with eagerness. If you truly possess the information we desire, we have the means to reward you handsomely. Though I will not know your face by sight, I believe I can recognize the costume made infamous by your secret order. Therefore, come to Havana in haste, and trust that you shall be welcomed as a brother. Su más humilde servidor, el gobernador Laureano Torres y Ayala.
Mr. Walpole, let's collect your reward.
know, it's quite interesting that he throws away both the hidden blade and takes off a hood, you know, because it's really like going against the grain of previous Assassin's Creed protagonists, you know, which were kind of like the epitome of assassins in a way. But that part surely isn't, you know, like, he has nothing to do with the Assassin Brotherhood at this point. He has basically a negative association with the assassins at this point as well, given that the one guy tried to kill him. Also, he's very utilitarianistic because the hidden blade is broken, right? So what does it serve him at this point? You know, it's super hot, so why should he keep on the hood? So, it really makes sense for him as a character, you know, but it's also like a bit of a slap in the face of what people might be expecting from an Assassin's Creed game, which I actually quite like, you know. Because it's really about kind of like the outside perspective here on the Assassin and Templar conflict, at least for the foreseeable future. What platform am I playing on? So currently I'm playing on PC. Like all of the AC games you will see me stream will be played on PC currently. Which means you also have 60 FPS for the most part.
That schooner will do me just fine.
Quite sure we have a treasure here behind the waterfall. You might play Mirage on YouTube so you can utilize the glory of 4K. I mean, that's not a bad idea actually. Plus you can get a higher bitrate as well on YouTube.
Kingston, where to commandeer this lover's ship and follow.
Sorry, Kingston? No, our destination is Havana. I'm just a merchant.
Quiet, you bleeding pirate. You'll hang for the mess you made out there.
Sir, I had nothing to do with this attack. My crew and I have merely anchored to water and resupply.
Hold it! Stop them! Give me one reason I shouldn't vent your skull.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like! I'll pay you! Anything you like!
And there it is. The origin of take my sugar.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
There it is.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like! I'll pay you! Anything you like! Oh God! Oh God! Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Take my sugar.
I'll pay you! Anything you like!
Classic whistle still works.
Oh God! Oh God!
Gotta get the money.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Okay, this one might be a bit tricky to get completely stealthy here, considering we have soldiers on 3 sides.
Anything you like!
What we could try is do this. Because sometimes they will check on you if you wait for long enough. this. So that's one way to lure them over here.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
And we could try to double assassinate these guys, yeah. In these kind of scenarios, it can be that they will actually be more aware of you. So if I get too close to them, they might detect me automatically. Which would be a forced detection scenario, because that's not how stealth works in any other gameplay section. Just gonna attempt to do that.
Oh god! Oh god!
What the fucking hell? He didn't do a running assassination. Could it be that I don't have a running assassination skill yet, since I have to get to Havana first and showcase the different assassination techniques? I think so. Because usually if you run and press X, you will do, like, even with swords, a double running assassination. Never mind, our first detection. I didn't actually think of it, you know, that you didn't have certain assassination styles yet.
That schooner'll do me just fine.
The Commodore's got to head to Kingston. We're to commandeer this lover's ship and follow.
Sorry, Kingston? No, our destination is Havana. I'm just a merchant.
Quiet, you bleeding pirate. You'll hang for the mess you made out there.
Sir, I had nothing to do with this attack. My crew and I had merely anchored to water and resupply.
Hold it! Stop them! Give me one reason I shouldn't vent your skull.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like! I'll pay you! Anything you like! Oh god! Oh god! Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Okay.
I'll pay you! Anything you like!
I need to get him to look over here.
You! Stop!
Okay.
Oh god! Oh god!
And then we could go over to this bush here and try to whistle the sniper.
Take my sugar!
The thing with a sniper though is that you might only be looking and not actually going there. Have to see and find out. Don't have any tools yet either.
Oh god! Oh god! Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Jesus, why did he see me? In the bush.
I'll pay you! Anything you like!
He doesn't react to any whistles here.
Oh god! Oh god! Take my sugar! Take anything you like! By God's grace, sir, you saved me. A profusion of thanks.
Is that yours?
It is my vessel, yes. But here lies its poor captain, and I have no art for sailing.
I can pilot her myself, no mind.
You don't mean to abscond with my ship, do you?
I'm Duncan. What's your name, friend?
Steed Bonnet.
Well, Mr. Bonnet, let this stay twixt us. But I'm on a secret errand for His Majesty the King, God save him, and I must get to Havana with speed.
Ah, that is a relief, sir. Havana is also my destination. Our ways lie together.
Natural allies, then.
You put me at ease, sir. To think I took you for a pirate when you first appeared.
Did you?
Yes. You have uncommon way of handling yourself. Quick and easy, if I may say. Gave me quite a fright. But all things considered, I think it's turned out to be a rather fortuitous day, hasn't it?
I love Steve Bonnet.
Lacking a rowboat, I'm afraid we'll have to swim to my ship.
Hardly the worst thing to happen.
And we also got a treasure map.
Now that's booty.
So these are maps all across the Caribbean, which point to coordinates you can check out and then find either money or like unique rewards like plans for the ship, or kind of like customization plans as well. I won't be doing all of these, I don't think, but definitely for the ones that have like unique and the last upgrades for the Jackdaw.
Oh, this bit is difficult. I should have taken the coat off.
Get the mains free!
Welcome aboard, Duncan. She's a modest schooner, but well suited to my purpose, trafficking cargo from my plantation and such.
She'll do fine. There's a strong wind now. Let's strike to full, shall we?
Ah, there's a tug of the wind at my hair. I find a bracing comfort in the feel and smell of the ocean. The raw stink of possibility.
That's a top way of seeing it, mate.
We've really opened it up now, haven't we? Ha ha! Those sailors were quite animated by the idea of pirates roaming these waters. Is it a real danger, do you suppose?
A possibility. But most pirates stalk the windward passage between Cuba and Hispaniola.
Oh, I see. Yes, that is a bustling strait. But I shouldn't worry about being waylaid by pirates, truth be told. My ship is small, and I have nothing of immense value. Sugarcane and its yields, molasses, rum, that sort of thing.
There's not a pirate living who'd turn his back on a keg of rum.
Well, yes. Yes, I suppose that's true.
Douse all but mains! More sail! All sail!
You're a natural sailor, Duncan.
I did a decent trick at the helm some time ago. 2 years before the mast as a privateer.
Dash my buttons. Your life seems a grand one, if I may say. So full of adventure. How marvelous.
I've seen my share of strangeness, aye.
Fantastic work. Very promising. All right, easy now. There you go. Welcome back. Your numbers look good. Now let's make sure we can break your brain, all right? I need you to move your head and look at these lights just here. Look up. That's it. Down. So far, so good. Let's get you up. So, welcome to the Sample 17 project. Before you get started, you're gonna need this. There you go. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, bonjour. C'est bon? It works? All right, let's take a walk. Your file says you've done some memory research before, but not to this extent, which is surprising. You're very good. The data streams are very stable. Impressive, right? This building is barely 6 months old, but Abstergo Entertainment has been a studio for a few years, since 2010.
His maternal grandmother's mother was Asian.
Sounds confusing.
Maybe you saw Liberation? That was our first title powered by Animus Tech. That was just the tip of the iceberg. Soon, we'll be unveiling commercial Animus servers for the whole world to enjoy. They'll offer passive experiences, of course. Edited versions of real history. But only the exciting parts. And we think we found the perfect subject for our first full-length virtual feature. Caribbean pirates. So that's your gig. It'll just take a minute, okay?
Well, thank you, Nancy. Bonne journée.
C'est bon, c'était prêt. Magnifique. Merci.
There was of course Rebecca Crane, one of the major modern day protagonists and developer of the Animus 2.0. And you also got Sean over here at the coffee stand.
You need to be cautious.
And they're of course kind of like trying to infiltrate Abstergo Entertainment to see what they're doing with Desmond Jeans, because the Sample 17 project of course is a reference to Desmond Mouts, who at AC1 at the AC1 timeline has been experimented at by Warren Vidic as Sample 17.
Where do you run off to?
You're supposed to love your job enough to put in the extra time.
And Edward Kenway, of course, being the father to Haven and grandfather to Connor, is the same kind of like genetic line that Desmond had in AC3. Only this time we're significantly earlier in the story, about 40 years before AC3 kind of like starts, I guess.
This is for you. The primary tool of our trade. Your communicator. Power it up and give it a look. It's pretty slick.
Kevin, let's have a look at the files as well. With the AE Abstergo Entertainment Employee Passport. Welcome to the team. Congratulations on making the bold step towards the best years of your career. Abstergo Entertainment has a fresh outlook and a unique way of working. With so many possibilities for growth, it can be overwhelming at first, but we're here to help you get settled in and down to work. The work of following your dreams. A new kind of entertainment. Inspiration strikes in unexpected times, in unusual places. We got our start as the entertainment division of the technology company Abstergo Industries, where research into genetic memory, more on that later, led to captivating and enthralling surprises. Today, with a wide range of transmedia offerings, from games to books, films and comics, we're more than just an entertainment company. We like to think of ourselves as a history company built on science. Have also some good genes. Time to innovate. 1947. Abstergo Industries is founded with the ambitious objective of making the best results of scientific progress available to humanity widely accessibly and responsibly. Abstergo Industries is an early supporter of Workers' Union. Our relationship with our employees is even closer and stronger today in all of our subsidiaries, including Abstergo Entertainment. 1940. Recognizing its responsibility to create opportunity and stability for its people, and all people, Abstergo Industries takes the role of a global leader, aiding the establishment of a World Bank at NASA, among many defining initiatives of the 20th century. 1978. The first Animus device is created and the discipline of DNA memory research is born. 2009. After 25 years of meticulous testing, DNA memory is ready for public consumption. Abstergo Industries launches a pilot entertainment division to produce experimental features for entertainment markets. 2010. The prototypical Abstergo Industries entertainment division issues its first release, Project Legacy. A social media phenomenon dazzles audiences by allowing them to relive genetic memories of historical figures and little-known heroes of the past. So talking of course about Assassin's Creed Liberation as well, which was one of the entertainment products by Abstergo, and they have edited the memories in a way where the Templars were shown in a more positive light than the Assassins, essentially trying to brainwash people by showing them supposed history but editing it in a way that, you know, makes them look good, essentially. 2011. Via its growing entertainment division, Abstergo Entertainment tests a new multiplayer simulation of historically inspired entertainment gyms. The experiment is embraced by a competitive new generation of gamers eager to outdo one another. 2012. In collaboration with major video game publisher Ubisoft, Abstergo Entertainment's Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation is released, and for the first time, the public hears the story of Evelyn de Grand Pré, a fallen assassin who rediscovers the light with the help of the Templar Order. A modern classic is born. So this is one of the fourth war breaks here, of course, with Ubisoft being named directly and Abstergo Entertainment kind of like assisting in creating the game, essentially. In 2013, ground is broken on Abstergo Entertainment's new headquarters in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Home to gourmet cuisine, major shows, great shopping and a vibrant local culture, Montreal blends old world charm with new world energy. The perfect balance for our entertaining historical, scientific and innovative company. The present and beyond, you join our team, a star is born. The future looks brighter than ever. Your role. We go out of our way to recruit the most talented people from all walks of life, innovators, producers, good listeners who always seem to know what we need a moment before we do. You should feel at home in your Animus workstation to explore history with the foreigners you crave and we expect. Who knows, maybe you uncover a past technology to the benefit of future generations, unearth evidence of a secret society, break a few codes, or make an astounding connection between mysterious documents. This could be the beginning of something beautiful, or shocking, or evocative. It's all there in history, and the secrets of humanity are at your disposal, thanks to the genetic memories we put in your hands. Fitting in. At Abstergo Entertainment, we understand the power of knowing where you belong. That's why we have designed an ironclad hierarchy that leads your organization to us, so you can do what you do best, research and create to your heart's content. No need to worry about getting ahead, we take care of it for you. Constellation of teamwork. Practically speaking, hours. Your work hours are from 8:30 AM to 5:30 PM, but feel free to start as late as 10 and don't be surprised if you get so absorbed in history, you sometimes forget to go home. Vacation. Everyone needs a breather once in a while. Your first week off will come after 3,000 hours in the Animus or a year at Abstergo Entertainment, whichever comes first. It's going to fly by. Benefits. We have the best life insurance plan in the business, and that's just the start. Food in common areas. You find everything you need for a healthy, energized work life right at your fingertip. Check the atrium for everything from fresh sushi to organic, direct trade coffee. Yum. Building security. Your communicator will give you access to the areas you need. Diversity and gender equality. Abstergo Industries and Abstergo Entertainment recognizes the fundamental benefit to humanity of striving to include the best minds from around the world and across society. If you have ideas for reaching and engaging new contributors from underrepresented segments, you are encouraged to contact HR. Non-disclosure. You are free to trumpet your enthusiasm and loyalty to Abstergo Entertainment on social media. Heck, shout it from the rooftop if you need to. But remember, unless specified, the following information must not be shared. Project details, the titles, launch dates, themes, characters, settings, and all other identifying traits. The physical layout of Abstergo Entertainment and Abstergo Industries campuses, and the makeup of teams, including immediate colleagues, supervisors, reports, and their project status. Mention of any technologies, partners, affiliates, retailers, wholesalers, and allusions to the details of sales report or business structures must not be shared. For the protection of marketing and media schedules and potential loss of data, employees are encouraged not to travel with work, but in case where it cannot be avoided, are advised to use laptops, tablets, and communicators, only in approved Abstergo hotels and meeting rooms. Never in public or in unvetted spaces. Yeah, sounds like a good deal, doesn't it? Okay, there's a continuation here. DNA memories, how does it work? No one really knows. Just kidding, it's a safe and well-documented process. Step 1, acquisition. Step 2, extraction. Step 3, exploration. And step 4, editing. What some call animal instinct, Dr. Warren Vidic termed genetic memory. Locked within our DNA are records of our ancestors' lives. The Animus is a device that renders genetic memories in 3 dimensions. It's a window to the past that allows you to experience history, but not to change it. That happens later, in the editing. Once we were bound to explore only the genetic memories of our own ancestors, but today it's possible to research within the memories of any ancestor for whom Abstergo Entertainment holds a viable sample for extraction, and all with negligible side effects. Note: genetic memory records for a given ancestor and at the end of and at the moment of conception, when genetic material is passed on. And there's a building plan for the ground level here. We can already see some of the computers and camera surveillance.
You might have noticed that security seems a little light around here. That's because your communicator is your key to getting around. See that flashing wireless signal? It means you're hooked up to the elevator. I'll let you do the honors. We're headed up to the Sample 17 studio, 2nd floor. You ready? Let's go. Ah, there's the boss, Olivier Garneau, our CCO. I'll introduce you. Bonjour.
Salut Mélanie. Ça va bien?
Well, thanks. Have you met our new hire? Just started today.
I haven't. Bonjour. What project?
Sample 17, the Kenway line.
Haytham, Connor...
Edward, the pirate.
Ah, yar, matey. Very exciting. Welcome aboard. Mélanie, can we talk in your office for a minute?
Just let me get this one settled and I'll see you in 5 minutes.
C'est bon. Nice to meet you.
So, this is the Sample 17 floor. We're diving into the memories of one very generous donor, Desmond Miles. We're pulling all the best stuff from his DNA. And hopefully one day, we can forge some fantastic experiences from what we find in there. This pair of legs is John, one of the wizards in IT. He's just fixing something for you.
Not fixing, calibrating.
Calibrating, right. So here we are, your very own Animus workstation. This is all yours, so sit back, relax, and find us some good footage. If you need any hints or tips, the Animus is loaded with tutorial programs, so you'll have no problems. And I'll check in on you later. Happy pirating.
Alright, so one thing we can find across the office spaces here are these QR codes, which give us kind of like an insight into one of the, I guess you could say, antagonists of a modern day story. I'm gonna read them, however, in order. So once we find the first note, we're gonna keep on reading until we reach a point where we don't have another QR code yet in order. But we can already have a look around and see what we can find here. We don't have any security clearance yet, so we can't go into one of these rooms yet. You can also eventually listen to some dialogues here across the office spaces, but there don't seem to be any currently. There's some dialogue between Olivier and Bravo. So what's interesting here, and one of the reasons I'm gonna include Watch Dogs as well after Black Flag as part of this series run, is that Olivier Gannot is actually one of the guys who appears in Watch Dogs technically. Not gonna reveal yet how, but yeah, gonna be seeing by the end of this game and once you play Watch Dogs, I guess, what I'm talking about. Another thing that's actually a connection between this and Watch Dogs is the company called Bloom. Because that's the one who does all the surveillance across cities, you know, and what you're fighting against as Aiden in Watch Dogs. And they actually are in partnership with Abstergo as well. So those two companies having very similar, you know, approaches of like trying to control the populace are actually connected. Even though at this point it's confirmed not to be canon, that both series are confirmed, it seemed to have been the initial, you know, kind of like approach. And yeah, that's why I'm also going to be playing it, because it does work quite well together. And in my head canon they are connected, I guess. At least as early as this. But yeah, I think now there's nothing left to do except for going back into the Animus. So let's do that and start off with sequence 2 here.
Welcome to Animus Omega, Abstergo Entertainment's proprietary ancestral memory research tool. If you have any questions, comments, or concerns about how to operate your Animus console, please contact your project supervisor, Melanie LeMay. You have been registered as part of the Sample 17 project. Your primary research target is Edward James Kenway, born March 10, 1693, Swansea, Wales. Calibrations complete. All signs normal. All systems optimal. Extra neurotransmitters activated.
Lively Havana. I've been here once before. It was a truly awful pleasure.
See someone you know?
No. Just putting on a friendly face. I shouldn't want to be mistaken for a pirate again.
Right. Flash rogue like yourself must be cautious.
Yeah.
The Flash Rogue.
It's mad to think Spain and England were at war 2 years ago, isn't it? Here I am, bartering with Spaniards like they were my cousins. Nothing wrong, Duncan?
No, it's nothing. Sand in my hampers. So where's the best squad in town? I'm dying for a quick kip. Or a siesta, should I say.
I'm just headed to a public house now to meet some merchants. I could show you the way.
Well, lead on.
I hope you'll tarry a bit while I conduct my meeting. It'd be a great relief to have a man of your stature nearby, in case of a misunderstanding.
I can hang about. I might have a drink.
Splendid. Drink.
But they don't take kindly to pirates here, do they? Wonder how many stolen reals bought these men this purge. Hola, ladies.
You don't know these women, do you?
No. They charge money for that kind of privilege. A few dozen reals for every hour of knowing. Keen to meet them?
No, goodness no. I'm a married man.
Married men are their forte, mate.
Aha! Here's a purveyor of personal defenses. I should acquire a blade for myself, Duncan, just as you have.
This rusty razor's nothing to admire.
Even so, I appear a mere kitten walking so close upon you. Perhaps a small dagger would suit me. Let's see what he's selling.
Maybe I'll buy a sword too. We'll both jump rank.
Oh, we'll be quite the pair, you and I. Twin devils.
Lend us a few reals, then. I did save your skin.
Of course.
Cheers.
Some easy money here. Okay, so we can buy the British cutlasses. A pair of light cutlasses made popular by privateers.
That's a better fit for me. How do you fare?
I had only enough for a small knife, sadly. Still, it'll do in a pinch. Oh, puffer duff. I have led us astray, Duncan.
Oh, no matter. I'll get us a better view. What are we looking for?
A tavern with a sort of courtyard interior.
Harness and clavar. Mane habet audacissimus flores. Sic et tuum et in spiritu homo.
My goodness, you're an agile chap.
Every finger's a fishhook. That's how you tell a true sailor.
Yes, a fine way to put it.
I love an explanation for why he's good in like parkour and climbing, because, you know, as a sailor you probably have to be, depending on what your job is on the ship, of course. So he is in a way a natural climber, you know.
I think I see the place.
We're not far!
No te resistas, gordinflón!
Para! Hang tight!
Oh, he's got me blind! Go, what do I do? Oh, I can't breathe. I think my
Stop or I'll break your knees when I catch you! I'm close at heel, shitbird! Here I come! Don't make me chase you into the harbor!
You robbed the wrong man, mate. A fellow with dangerous friends.
Duncan! By Jove, you're alive!
Of course I am. That filch was no fuss.
Oh, yeah. Ah! We've arrived.
Take your time, I'll be just here.
Fancy meeting no Welshman deep in Dago country. I'm English myself. Biding my time till the next war calls me to service.
Lucky King George. Having a piss pot like you flying his flag.
Oi! Skulk! I've seen your face before. You's mates with them pirates down in Nassau.
Shut your fucking gob or I'll fill it with shot, you hear me?
Edward, is it?
You bastard! Hey, I warned him.
Here we go then.
You want a dust up? I'll give you one.
Come on, lads. I've seen bigger arms on a bird.
One more. Come on!
¡Fuera de la carretera! ¡Tienes soldado! ¡Corre!
You're not leaving me!
I'll catch you up!
¡Perro inglés!
Tengo justo en la mira. Tengo línea de tiro. Más rápido. Perdemos terreno.
¡Blanco claro!
Lo tengo justo en la mira. No te escaparás así como así.
Wow. That's camera freeze here. Looks like he's hurting both his legs and his head pretty bad there, jumping into the cart. Oh, that's funny. But yeah, I did like this mission very much. It's kind of interesting. We actually use this rating system to create missions for Assassin's Creed Origins. So depending on what mission type people really enjoyed, they tried to make more of those kind of missions in Origins. And since Black Flag had like a lot of tailing missions, and I reckon they didn't actually get the best of ratings, it's actually the reason they got rid pretty much of tailing missions altogether in Black Flag. And made it more like, okay, there's a target inside the game world and you have to go there yourself. Alright, I guess we could do a bit of exploration here in Havana actually before we meet Steed again.
¡Eh, tú! ¡Alto! ¡Estás acabado! ¡Está por allí! ¡Lo tengo justo en la mira!
¡Alto! ¡Que no escaparás tan fácilmente! ¡Alto! ¡Alto! ¡No somos tan tontos! tú! ¡Quieto! ¡Se te acabó lo bueno! ¡No te escaparás así como así!
I want to get his knife there. So now we can use it as like a throwing knife weapon, which is really good for stealth actually. There's already assassin contracts, but I'm not gonna do them yet because we don't really have a story reason yet to do them. I'm gonna do them quite a bit later in the story. Until it makes sense.
Grazie. My thanks. I'm your man now, Capitano.
Grazie. I think that was Antonio's voice actor from AC2 actually. Which makes the grazie even funnier. It could even be Italian. There's actually a sea shanty nearby. Kinda wanna collect all of those actually, even if it's not necessary for the challenge. We also got a treasure map over here. Gameloop, you really wanted to play this game, but you uninstalled it thinking you should start from the beginning to know the real story of your whole Assassin's Creed series. That's not a bad idea actually, you know, if you like really care about where everything began. Plus not getting used to like these earlier mechanics also makes it easier seeing the progression and going back to like the very early games of the series. So I think that's a good idea if you're like really determined and don't mind like a bit more outdated graphics and gameplay, I guess. But still so good, you know, like AC1 and 2 really have been outstanding for the time, I think. Yeah, in theory though, Black Flag is actually not a bad start into the series, because you don't have to know too much about the Assassins and Templar conflict. However, it will spoil a few things about the modern day, if you're interested in that storyline. But it's not a bad starting point, I would say.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Hey there, Harbinger, welcome in. Take my sugar.
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Yep, you missed when it happened for the first time. But yeah, it was so funny, you know, seeing that in person again, or hearing it rather. No worries, Gamerloop. Yeah, if you have any questions regarding Assassin's Creed or any of the games, I'm always happy to provide answers. Yeah, definitely has been a couple of days, Harbinger. And yeah, Friday was only a short stream to kind of like finish off the Ballad of Gay Tony. Since I wanted to do that before I'm gone for a couple of days over Easter. But yeah, definitely excited to get you know, started with this game again, and then also make a start on another game tomorrow. Not gonna reveal what that game is gonna be yet. But yeah, gonna be a surprise. Hope you had a good weekend for Harbinger.
From the deep there, Captain. Jack thanks you hardy.
It's kind of funny how Edward's face is still like super bloody. I guess it's gonna stay that way until we go for the next mission again. Yeah, Maloof, the fact that you played Assassin's Creed Odyssey completely just because you got addicted to Greek mythology due to Rick Riordan's books. That's definitely fair, you know, if like a setting is super interesting to you. I guess the good thing about having played Odyssey is it doesn't spoil too much about the series either, because it's the earliest in history. So it doesn't give you any kind of like answers for the later historical periods. So it's definitely another game that you can play without having to know too much about the series. You started the Resident Evil series? Oh, very nice, Harbinger. Is it your first time playing them? I've actually only ever played Revelations 2 and Resident Evil 5 before. You like how they call him Captain even though he has no ship. Yeah, it's kind of funny how you can like rescue them if they think that you have a ship or something. It was more like a placeholder event for the later stage. once you unlock your own ship. The death scream. Amazing. I actually got another sea shanty over here. Oh yeah. Got it. Spanish ladies. Already finished Resident Evil 0, hoping to start 1 today. Nice. Are you planning on playing the entire series like back to back or something? Or just the first couple of games?
He's Kenway! Killer! Pirate!
Oh nice. Got 125 right as well. Give me just 1 sec. Okay, just greeted my dog a little bit. She came along, wanted to get some pets, apparently. Game loop, you notice that AC Odyssey is mainly about the main protagonist story and very little of Layla's story, so we're glad you played the first. Yeah, it's not until you play the Fate of Atlantis DLC that you actually have more of a focus on modern day, I guess. So it's definitely much more about, you know, the protagonist, if it's Cassandra or Alexius. And yeah, it's not really that connected to the Assassin storyline either, right? Because the Assassins haven't been officially formed yet. That's point of history. In a very gamer loop. You can always write long messages if you want. Oh. There was a failed air assassination there. Yeah. Some small killing streaks, yeah. Let's test real quick if I can actually do the running assassination here. I can, I just had to pour out these swords earlier. So I could have done it in the earlier mission, but I guess I just had to pour them out first. Habaja, Resident Evil 0, 1, 2 remake, 3 remake, then the break, then 4, 7 in Village. I gotcha. Yeah, that sounds like a good plan actually. I'm kinda interested in the first person Resident Evil games actually. They do look quite interesting. I get that it's a common criticism that it doesn't have like the classic Resident Evil camera angles. But it does look quite interesting and well made, I think. Plus, of course, first person allows for it to feel a bit more tense sometimes as well. Hey there, Barney, welcome in. Thank you for joining. And how's it going? I hope you're doing well. Yeah, the break timing there. I hope all's well with you. Just getting started with some Black Flag over here. Super excited, to be honest, because it's been almost exactly a year, I think, since I last played it. Oh, another sea shanty. Nope. It's gonna be a close one. Oh, come on. Why did you not jump? Okay. Screwed this one up, that's for sure. Everything that could go wrong there did. Now, in theory, you can wait here, I think, until it respawns. Which should happen quite soon. Yeah, Harbinger, failed air assassination there. It's kind of funny when it happens, you know. Because depending on the height, it's like a guaranteed assassination sometimes, but I really thought that would have been, you know, given that I jumped from the rooftops, like literally. So really odd. Barney been working a lot, new job, early mornings, you miss my streams. It's definitely understandable, Barney, you know, that changes your schedule completely. I hope you've been having a good time with the new job. That's nice, like a change of pace for you. But yeah, that's how it be sometimes, you know, it doesn't always align with the time or like time zone as well, I guess. But appreciate you dropping by, dude. Definitely good to see you. Okay, these are actually special chests, which are tied to the online, I think. So I want to make sure whenever I find like a yellow chest to actually collect it, because they can disappear at any time, really. There's even like a challenge, like Abstergo challenge, where you have to collect a couple of them. And it can be very tricky to finish that because, yeah, it can be very random when and if they appear. Kinda interesting, the 180 backwall eject doesn't actually work that well here. Because in other AC games you can kind of like gain some height by doing the jump. And if the walls are so close to each other, you can basically just get up by jumping back and forth. Nice. Cheers, Bunny. Love just kicking these guys down. This game is just so beautiful. I love the tropical vibe it has, you know, especially in like contrast to AC3. things you would do if you had Edward's body strength. No kidding. I'd definitely become like a professional parkour athlete or something. Like I've already collected 5 out of 7 sea shanties here in Havana. Doing a little bit of exploration already. Or the best damn firefighter in the world. That's true as well, I guess. Would be very good for that too. I mean, anything of like intense physical labor would be capable of doing, I would reckon. Puppies on the 4th floor, me hold my fire hose. Yeah, definitely make sure to get the puppy in time, that's for sure. What the fuck? Is inside this thing? Are you kidding me? This guy is literally hiding. Now he's like stuck inside here. Yeah, not important at all. It's fine.
Tengo un disparo claro. ¡Tengo a tiro! ¡Quieto ahí! ¡No podrás despistarnos!
I was about to say, there's a viewpoint in here, isn't there? Funny, but God forbid if someone is standing a rooftop, you would just throw them off. Just straight up kick them off immediately. It's way too tempting. It's like the Sparta kicking Odyssey, you know, you just gotta do it. It's like an inner impulse. Oi. So much about air assassinations, yeah? Do you have rooftops of mine? Nobody else is allowed up here? He was blending Harbinger. Yeah, I was actually surprised with him being inside a hiding spot. Definitely surprised me quite good. Okay, I think I'm gonna get this viewpoint as well, actually. Then we're heading for some main story again. Meet with Duncan. With Steed.
No se puede entrar.
Pulled me from the deep there, Captain. Jack thanks you hearty.
Jack thanks you hearty. Oh, come on. What, please? Nice. Okay. Time for some main story here. Ooh, running down to Cuba. It's one of my favorites. It's kind of funny how he still has all the blood on his face from being like punched in the tavern. Just gonna stay that way until the next mission.
Not hoisting off anywhere with you, Captain. Thanks. Kenway, isn't it? I'm with you.
I made some decent money early on, so I'm actually still doing those. Even if there's no need for any kind of a crew yet. So before we actually start the next main mission here, let's have a quick look into the database actually. Oh damn, look at the amount of like database entries already. Okay. Let's have a look at chronological here. Kind of annoying that they're gonna be marked as red if I go and scroll through them. Yeah, all the ancient writing here, the database. because the first one would be pirates, buccaneers, and privateers. And then Edward Kenway. I guess I'm just gonna go by chronological, and I'm gonna read until the British Empire, or maybe Steve Bonnet. And then we continue at a later point, so we don't have to read everything at once. Or maybe I do. Let's see how long there are, I guess. But I'm only gonna be reading the people database entries for and nothing else inside the database. Pirates, buccaneers, and privateers. Often used interchangeably, there are a number of important distinctions to make between these infamous high seas swashbucklers. Pirates are criminals on the open seas who use coercion, intimidation, and violence to rob innocent people of their cargo and transport. The term pirate is a catch-all. It may be used generally to refer to all who perform acts of larceny on the open seas. Pirates have been a problem since the advent of long-distance ocean travel. Every age has seen its share of pirates, and every age has cursed their name and romanticized their cause. During the so-called Golden Age of piracy, roughly 1650 to 1725, the majority of pirates were from the British Isles. Most were young men in their 20s, and almost all had gained some experience as sailors prior to falling into piracy. Buccaneers. Often used as a synonym for piracy now, the term buccaneer refers more specifically to a group of pirates who lived and operated in the Wild West, Indies, in the middle of the 17th century. Best known for attacking settlements and fortifications on land in large groups, buccaneers derive their name from the French term boucanier, an instrument used for smoking strips of meat over an open fire, a favorite sort of sustenance for these terrestrial pirates. Privateers. Privateers were non-commissioned sailors who attacked and robbed given a letter of marque by the king or the king's official, such as the governor. Thus, the distance between a pirate and a privateer is but a hair's breadth of difference. Pirates simply sail for one monarch fewer. Yeah, that's the thing, right? A lot of people who turn into to piracy have been privateers, you know, paid by the crown or whatever to attack ships of like other nations. So essentially they have been doing piracy in the name of the crown or nation. But that's all that really differed to piracy. So when the war ended and the privateer contracts ended, they turned to piracy because they still had to continue living. Ava Helisi, welcome in. Abstergo, here you are praying that the new game I will be playing is Elden Ring. They removed the praying emote some years ago, so you don't have anything appropriate to use. That's fair. Maybe I gotta create my own praying emote or something. Edward Kenway. Edward James Kenway was born on the 10th of March in Swansea, Wales, to Bernard Kenway of Manchester and Lynette Hopkins of nearby Cardiff. By Edward's 10th birthday, his father had moved the family to a small farm just outside Bristol, a nearby port town in the southwest of England. Note: not sure a Welsh leading man would be interesting. Can we do ADR to replace his voice? I know a great actor from London who would be perfect. Speaks in gravelly RP accent. So these are kind of like notes by Abstergo Entertainment team, because right now we're playing the raw memories of Edward Kenway, but they want to edit this to be more suitable for a broader audience, essentially. And one of the things I want to be doing is replace his voice, because they don't like a Welsh accent or his kind of like rough sounding voice either. This relocation had a depressing effect on young Edward's mood. He grew restless from a lack of contact with old friends and struggled to find an outlet for his limitless energy. By his teens, he was spending more and more time in the city away from his farm, where the lure of excitement overrode prudence. By the age of 16, he had substituted a career as a successful farmer for a life of hopeless tomfoolery, frequently shirking his responsibilities to his family in favor of rough company. In late 1711, at the age of 17, Edward met Caroline Scott, a woman of modest but steady means. The friendship began cautiously, as Caroline's hand had already been promised to the boorish son of a wealthy East India Company executive. But Edward's charms eventually won out, and he and Caroline were married within a year of their meeting, a union that angered her father and got the whole of Bristol talking. Note: poor handsome chap gets a wealthier, beautiful girl. This stuff just writes itself. In the earliest months of their marriage, Edward resolved to do well by his wife and provide for her as he believed a man in his position should. But Edward's grandiose dreams and exaggerated opinion of himself prevented him from taking immediate responsibility for their well-being, and after only a year, he had stumbled back into the worst habits: drinking, fighting, and idleness. It was in this dark period that Edward revived an old idea of joining a privateering fleet sailing for the West Indies, with the aim of making war against the Spanish and collecting unchecked sums of gold and cargo. This, he told his wife, was their path to quick riches. Being a sensible and prudent woman, Caroline discouraged these fanciful ideas. Note: is she a harpy? Does she neck him? Are we meant to hate her, or what? Because I certainly don't want us to feel conflicted about Edward's choices. He's the hero. Let's avoid scenes of him drinking or gambling. By the summer of 1712, Caroline understood that her husband's departure was inevitable. She wanted no further part of Edward's reckless plan, so left him to live with her parents. Stunned by this sudden turn, Edward was determined to earn his fortune fast and prove himself as capable as he always claimed he was. He left for the West Indies barely 1 month later, where he soon fell in with the privateer Benjamin Hornigold and his quartermaster, Ed Thatch. Edward spent the first half of 1713 sailing with these two seasoned sailors on regular sweeps of the Windward Passage. But that year, fate threw him another upset. With the signing of the Treaty of Utrecht, all hostile actions between the major empires came to an end and the prospects of British privateers dried up. Now poor, unemployed, and thousands of miles from home, Edward and his colleagues started on the island of New Providence in the Bahamas to reconsider their options. These were fanciful days for Edward. He discovered in the small town of Nassau a life quite unlike that which he had left behind. The atmosphere of wild and noisy freedom in the small stateless encampment overwhelmed and captivated him. The drinking, the gaming, the woman, the aimless desire to simply live as one pleased, and yet as carefree as he was, his beloved Caroline was never far from his mind. If he could make something of himself in the West Indies, working a sugar plantation perhaps, he might win her back after all his time away. But in absence of true conviction, habits take hold fast, and it was only a matter of time before Edward set back out to sea with his mates, to live the life they knew best. No longer privateers, legal and sanctioned, but as pirates now, with nary a whit of loyalty to kin and country, earning his fortune by sword and pistol, and praying his end was never too near. Note: if we can remove some of the more unseemly bits of his personality, this is a great backstory. Edward's bound to be a hit. Yeah, so instead of like showing his real story and kind of like the complexity of his character, let's just streamline him into pirates and glory and riches. Caroline Scott. Daughter of Emmett and Elizabeth Scott, Caroline was born in Bristol, England, to a prosperous family of merchants and civil servants. Given a modest education by her father, she furthered her own studies in her own way, taking time to read as often as her familiar duties allowed. Splitting her time between this and helping her mother manage her father's affairs, she grew into a confident and level-headed woman with more skill and intelligence than her situation allowed her to exercise. Caroline first met Edward Kenway outside of Old Chillilah in the aftermath of drunken altercation. She had arrived to fetch one of her servants and there found Edward escorting the woman from the clutches of one of Bristol's more notorious cats. Thankful for his kindness, Caroline agreed to a second meeting on a more equitable terms, hardly thinking a romance possible. And yet, against most odds, that is just what happened. Edward and Caroline grew quite close, and soon fell in love, much to the dismay of her father. Emmett Scott had already promised his daughter to the son of a wealthy East India Company executive, and made his displeasure apparent at every turn. But all his noise was to no avail. Caroline and Edward were married in 1712. Duncan Walpole. Second cousin to Robert Walpole, Britain's first Prime Minister, Duncan was raised in relative comfort and ease until his 80th birthday, whereupon he joined the British Royal Navy as a midshipman with dreams of becoming a full officer. His immoderate temper and his impulsiveness, however, stimulated his swift ascension, and he grew impatient with his progress. After 3 years, his interest in the Navy had dwindled to nothing. With his heart set on finding a post with the East India Company, he had a chance of meeting with a fellow sailor whom he had come to respect and admire. And it was this sailor who introduced Walpole to the Assassin Order and all of its teachings. Leery at first, Duncan soon took to a secret order with a fervor and drive that he had not known in the Navy. And as his skill increased, so too did his reputation. But his temper and impulsiveness, coupled with a growing arrogance, were always a liability, and he was known for his frequent clashes with the elders of the British Assassin Order. Still, he was a valuable asset to the Order, so much so that in 1714, his mentor asked him to sail for the West Indies, rendezvous with a brother there, and meet with her master and mentor, Artabai. Walpole accepted this position with eagerness and departed within the month. The assassins in England never heard from him again. No kidding, Harbinger. Yeah, Duncan definitely died quite easily, considering that he, kind of like enjoyed the training of the assassins. But I guess he wasn't in the best condition, like being pretty badly hurt. And Edward also is a machine in combat, I guess. But yeah, you would expect that he put up more of a fight, considering his background. The British Empire. The course of the 18th century saw the British Empire become the world's leading colonial power, with France and Spain as its primary rivals. After siding with the Netherlands and the Holy Roman Empire in the War of the Spanish Succession, the British Empire expanded, gaining territories from both Spain and France, and taking over control of the Atlantic slave trade in Spanish America. Stede Bonnet. Born in plenitude and wealth on Barbados, Stede Bonnet seemed destined for a life of pleasure and ease. The son of a successful and influential plantation owner, his early life was marked by tragedy when his parents died suddenly, leaving 7-year-old Stede orphaned and in a perpetual state of melancholy. His inheritance of some 400 acres of land softened the blow caused by the loss of his parents, and by the time Stede was in his late teens, he had already restored the sugar plantation to a profitable state. He married young and set about starting a family as soon as possible, but owing to what some called a disorder of the mind, he never found solace or comfort in these domestic trappings. To further complicate his unease, his firstborn son died in infancy, rather amplifying his grief and stirring his restlessness. As a means of coping, he dreamed of going to sea and sailing above the world, meeting people, living life as a man free of his obligations thrust upon him. This sounds like an inspiring story. Would he make a good hero character or villain? No, trust me. So neither hero character nor villain. Hey there, Snaked. Welcome in. And how's it going? Thank you for joining. Dancers. A cowardly euphemism for a woman employed in the world's oldest profession, prostitution. For a handful of coin, dancers can be employed to distract guards and interfere with ongoing fights. They might also have some credible stories of their own to tell, if only you'd bother to listen. What is this? Who will prove this paragraph? The Spanish Empire. Already a global power, the Spanish defeated powerful adversaries such as the Aztecs and Incas on the Americas by exploiting existing conflicts and rivalries between tribes and nations between the 50th and the 80th centuries. Note, also by accidentally spreading disease, it wasn't our strategy. Acquisitive and protective of a supply of precious metals, its new colonies afforded it. The Spanish Empire enthusiastically participated in the Atlantic slave trade and defended its trade routes aggressively. In 1701, Spain became embroiled in the War of Spanish Succession. At once international and civil, it ended with a series of treaties in 1713 and 14 that saw King Philip V remain in power, but lose his line to the French throne. Note, let's face it, he wasn't really using that thing anyway. Moreover, Philip kept his title of overseas emperor but relinquished much of his empire to the British, who were granted the exclusive rights to slave trading in Spanish America for 30 years. The century was nevertheless one of prosperity for the Spanish Empire, as the trade reputation grew steadily under Bourbon oversight, and continued to grow at an extraordinary rate until the 1780s. Note, gosh, I'm so glad we recovered from that slave trading loss. Philip V, what a trooper. And we have the drunkards. Sailors flush with rum and the heat of the sun, these drunkards can be useful in a few ways. First, as blend groups that allow Edward to hide in plain sight, and secondly as allies in the event of a scuffle. But remember to bring a bit of coin if you want them to fight alongside you, as these pirates won't risk their lives for free. Why are these guys always standing around in tight huddles? Can't we find a few who are swinging from chandeliers or sleeping under donkeys? Right, because that would be very authentic. But yeah, that's all the people database entries we have so far.
He's a pirate! He's the pirate!
Amazing. Who's the pirate?
Pirate! Run for your life! He's the pirate! He's the pirate!
Quieto ahí! Quieto ahí! Por diversión!
Oh, he actually died. Go to his death. Can I loot him?
Es mío, puedo darle.
Thanks. I like how the dancers just help me without me even having hired them. That's very nice of them.
Sorry about the swift exit. Bit of a misunderstanding.
One heaped upon another.
Oh, Jesus. I'm sorry, mate. This is my doing. I'm only trying to keep these Spanish eyes off me.
Oh, it's no bother. Regrettably, the soldiers confiscated my sugar when your dispatches.
Damn! And where've they gone?
Haven't the foggiest idea, I'm afraid. I suspect those chaps might, but my Spanish is muy mal dad, so I'd rather not ask.
Shit! All right, come on, let's follow them and recover my maps.
And my sugar?
What, in my drawers? We'll see what happens.
You don't mind me tagging along, do you?
Not if you keep quiet and stay out of sight.
Bonnet! I believe I'm getting the hang of this.
Quiet!
I fear they're onto us.
Hang back.
Stealth Master, Steve Bonnet.
We should split up to confuse them.
It's the best idea you've had today.
Temparum digitis fecit hat. What dices ardiam et canis and clevat.
Buenos dias, senores. You're late.
Yes, sir. See, we are very sorry. Our captain delayed us.
Plene et tunc intergo.
Si te gustan las cortinas, ¿por qué no compras la alfombra?
This would be Captain Mendoza?
Yes, sir. He's very excited to meet you. Only he must be present for a hanging, senor.
Hanging? Oh, I love a good hanging.
Yes, sir. Very nice. If we hear the bell, we may go. If you like.
All yours.
I'd love to. Especially if Captain Mendoza's pulling the trap. Man owes me money for the slaves I sold him.
Of course, sir.
Why,
Captain Mendoza is happy to pay you.
you know, I order them to distract these guards and they don't do anything like that. Come on. Give me my knife back. Thank you very much.
Well, senor, the hanging will be started soon.
Let's not dilly-dally.
Yes, sir. We go.
Got off the sudden turn for no reason.
This way! This way!
Habrá bebido de más. Pero por plata hago mucho más. Hecho.
How long will this hanging take, man? I don't mean to hang about all day for the captain.
Quick as anything, sir. Captain Mendoza needs only to hang the man, then he will deliver your payment.
I don't want the alleys, mind. I want goods. Things I can sell. Tobacco, rum, sugar.
See. We have much fine sugar. Grapes we took off a fat Englishman last night.
Englishman?
Por el delito de motín contra tu capitán, sí. El tribunal sugar from Barbados. Very fine. We hold it in the Castillo after the man started the fight last night. He ran, left his sugar behind. Very fine.
Well, that's a start. Will I accompany him to the Castillo?
No, sir. Captain Mendoza will have it sent to you, I believe. You will see.
Good lord. Is that big brute your Captain Mendoza?
No, sir. He is El Tiburon. El Tiburon, Governor Torres' man.
Hey there, Carbon, welcome in. Thank you for joining. I'm doing very good, thank you. Had a nice Easter weekend with family. And yeah, super excited to be back with this game and starting it. How are you doing? That's funny. So because I actually killed the guards already in this location here, I don't have to deal with any other than the, the guy himself here. Come on. Perfect. Okay, now we actually gotta stay out of combat for the full sync here, which is good because it does align with our challenge as well. You're doing great. You had a relaxing long weekend with your girlfriend on the Alps and now you're back to work. Very nice. That's great to hear, Carbon. Glad you had a good time over there. Okay, so the thing is here, I don't have a hidden blade yet, but I have my fist, which I can also use for stealth takedowns. I gotta be a bit careful here. I'll wait for this guy to go back, then try to do this one. Never mind. So going for a throwing knife will get you detected immediately, apparently, even if I look the other way. Good thing is I still kept my throwing knife here, so I can technically use it again. I gotta be careful when and if I use it. There's a guy over here on this side. I'm gonna wait until he turns around. Over there. Good thing is I can still do ledge assassinations even without the hidden blade here. Oh yeah, Barney, I do. With a passion. Oh yeah, that worked. This part can be a bit tricky with the snipers and everyone.
Sorry about the sugar. I've only one pair of hands.
Oh, it's no great loss. I've got plenty of cargo here to make a profit on my trip.
Will you stay here long?
For a few weeks, yes. Then back to Barbados, to the tedium of domesticity.
Don't settle
Take my
for
sugar!
tedium.
Take
Sail
anything
for
you like!
Nassau. Live life as you see fit.
Haven't I heard that Nassau is crawling with pirates? Seems a very tawdry place.
Not tawdry, liberated.
Oh, God. That would be an adventure. But no, I'm a husband and a father. I have responsibilities. Life can't be all pleasure and distraction, Duncan.
Hey, our bonnet. The name's Edward, in truth. Duncan's only a handle.
Ah. Secret name for your secret.
Take my
meeting with the
sugar!
governor. Take anything you like!
The governor, right. I think I've kept him waiting long enough.
Damn it, Edward. Take the sugar already. Don't leave him hanging there. Get my sugar. J read that Mirage might be delayed. You don't want to know how much time it would take for them to refund if you ask for it. Last time you asked for support, it took them 2 months. Yeah. I think it's a bit shady that they, you know, have kind of like opened up a pre-order so early. Even though we're still like quite far away from the game potentially launching. But who knows, you know, it might be still in the summertime, but I think it's definitely gonna be at the earliest in, I don't know, September, October or something. But who knows, I guess we're gonna find out more about that in June on the Ubisoft Forward. No worries, Barney, thank you for dropping by and for joining. I hope you have a good start to your work day, and yeah, catch you next time. Who's a good doggo? You are.
Si yo pudiera enseñarles.
pequeño doncella
Alguien le ha dado.
¿Está loco?
Está loco. Was wird loco? I think we deserve to drink after that last mission.
¿Te pongo algo?
We can also get some information.
Por ahí corre el rumor.
For a naval convoy, which would give us some decent money.
¿Pero qué? Está bien. Otro. Caramba. Ya había en ese tema. Me siento tan sola aquí.
La increíble variedad de artículos de
Mr. Walpole, I presume?
Buenos dias. Mr. Duncan Walpole of England to see the governor. I believe he is expecting me.
Sí, señor Walpole. Entre, por favor. ¿Ese es el hombre? ¿Cómo lo llamabas? ¿Asesino?
Sí, Duncan Walpole. Debería haber llegado hace muchos días. No me gusta que los extranjeros se paseen por nuestra ciudad. No me fío de ellos.
Cállate. El gobernador tiene invitados. Todos franceses e ingleses.
Parece un hombre rudo. Le suponía un aspecto más respetable. Lleva meses en alta mar. Sé indulgente con él.
More like for multiple years. For months. But they don't know that, of course.
Good morning, sir. Would I be correct in thinking you are Duncan Walpole?
I am indeed.
I thought as much. Woods Rogers. A pleasure.
The same.
I must say my wife has a terrible eye for description.
I'm sorry?
My wife. You met her some years ago at the Percy's Masquerade Ball.
Ah, quite.
She called you devilishly handsome. Obviously a lie to stoke my jealousy. Julianne, our guest of honor has arrived, Mr. Duncan Walpole.
Ah. Julien Ducasse. I hope your conversion to our order is an honest one. I have no love for assassins, but even less for liars.
I have not come to disappoint.
Up for a bit of sport, Duncan? The old man isn't ready just yet.
You've got my two best pairs of matched pistols, Duncan, so handle them with care.
If I had 8, I'd treat each as my own son.
Pull off a few shots if you like. Get a feel for it.
I once fought beside a man who carried 9 on his person. They were a boon in battle, but hindered his ability to swim, sadly.
Quite. Kick, yes?
I long for the day where one firearm carries 4 bullets, and not the opposite.
I have a friend in
England you may like to meet Julian. James Puckle. He's working on something extraordinary.
Magnifique.
Now we can try to do his challenge here for the forcing objective.
Alright, here's a simple challenge. Try to strike every target before this hourglass empties. Remember, hit every target within the allotted time.
Duncan, where are your wrist blades? I've never seen an assassin so ill-equipped.
Ah, damaged sadly beyond all repair.
Uh-huh. Have your choice.
Where did you find all these?
I did not find them. I took them. These are souvenirs. Two blades, as is the customary.
Custom, aye.
Duncan, will you indulge us with a demonstration of your techniques?
Well,
We must. We put together a training course in anticipation of your arrival. It would be a shame to leave here without seeing you in action.
Yes, of course. Well, I mean, if there is time, I would gladly, show you what I know.
Here. You see, situations well suited to your skills.
Have a go. A blade in a crowd is always the simplest. Nothing grandiose, just quick and clean.
Duncan, where's your hook plate? My what? The hook plate has two parts. The hook and the blade.
Show us another technique.
Quite ingenious to use bales of hay for cover, don't you think? God, that's the spirit. Secrecy. The advantage of surprise cannot be overstated, isn't that so? Especially around a blind corner.
It's kind of interesting how Edward knows instinctively what to do. I mean, obviously they're giving him hints, and he's also seen, of course, Duncan Walpole in action, you know, being an assassin and seeing his strategy. Or sneaking up from behind, doing air assassinations and stuff. The fact he can pull it off, you know, is really showcasing his natural ability to be an assassin. Or at least be able to perform those kind of like, you know, actions.
God blind me, that's a clever trick.
Your aerial kills have a poetic beauty, despite their conspicuous quality. Would you show us? Magnifique. Is it also possible to deliver a killing blow at high speed? Mon Dieu, such a powerful strike.
Fascinating.
The assassins have trained you well, Duncan. You chose a perfect time to leave them behind.
At great risk, I imagine. Betraying the assassins is never good for one's health.
Well, neither is drinking liquor, but I am drawn to its dangers all the same. And what is your business here, sir? Are you an associate of the governor's, or a pending acquaintance like myself?
Guns, blades, cannons, grenados. Anything that may kill a man, I am happy to provide.
A smuggler of sorts.
And how is your wife these days, Captain Rogers? Is she, here, in Havana?
I trust she's well, but I wouldn't know. I've been in Madagascar some 14 months hunting pirates. It took some work to dislodge the criminals there, but we managed it. In future, I hope to use these same tactics throughout the West Indies.
And how did you deal with that kind?
Very simply. Most pirates are as ignorant as apes. I merely offered them a choice. Take a pardon and return to England penniless, but free men, or be hanged by the neck until dead.
Oh. I imagine Nassau would be your next target.
Very astute, Duncan, indeed.
Best of luck with that.
Grandmaster Torres! Mr. Duncan Walpole has arrived.
See. You were expected 1 week ago.
Apologies, Governor. My ship was set upon by pirates. We were scuttled. I arrived only yesterday.
Unfortunate. Forgive my caution, but were you able to salvage from these pirates the items you promised me?
Yes, sir, I was.
Increíble. The assassins have more resources than I had imagined, but not nearly enough to deter us. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, Duncan. You are most welcome. Come, gentlemen. We have much to discuss. Convened at last, and in such continental company. England, France, Spain, citizens of sad and corrupted empires.
Citizen!
But you are Templars now, the secret and true legislators of the world. Please, hold out your hands. Mark and remember our purpose. To guide all wayward souls till they've reached the quiet road. To guide all wayward desire till impassioned hearts are cool. To guide all wayward minds to safe and sober thought. By the Father of Understanding's light, let our work now begin. Decades ago, the Council entrusted me with the task of locating in these West Indies a forgotten place our precursors once called the Observatory. See here. Look upon these images and commit them to memory. They tell a very old and important story. For 2 decades now, I have endeavored to locate this observatory, a place rumored to contain a tool of incredible utility and power. It houses a kind of armillary sphere, if you like. A device that would grant us the power to locate and monitor every man and woman on Earth, whatever their location. Only imagine what it would mean to have such a power. With this device, there would be no secrets among men, no lies, no trickery. Only justice, pure justice. This is the Observatory's promise, and we must take it for our own.
Do we know its whereabouts?
We will soon. For in our custody is the one man who does, a man named Roberts, once called a sage.
It has been 45 years since anyone has seen a true sage. Can you be sure this one is authentic?
We are confident he is.
The assassins will come for him.
Indeed they will. But thanks to Duncan and the information he has delivered, the assassins won't be a problem for much longer. All will be made clear tomorrow, gentlemen, when you meet the sage for yourselves. Until then, let us drink. Let us find the observatory together. For with its power, kings will fall, clergy will cower,
and the hearts and minds of the world will be ours.
It's very interesting how this is kind of like the introduction to the Templars that Edward gets, you know. It's already showcasing how what he believes in is like very different to what the Templar, you know, the Templars wants, essentially. It's interesting because, of course, we have like the, you know, creed and the tenets for the assassins. But for this game, the lead writer, Darby McDevitt, he actually thought, okay, how can we contrast the Assassin's Creed tenets on the Templar sides? And he created something called the Templar Gods, you know, to lead or wayward souls to safe and sober thought, what he says to Edward, you know, being one of the gods of the Templars here, essentially. And you can tell by Edward's facial expression that he isn't very fond of that idea. But yeah, of course, it's all about just getting the money and getting paid here. He doesn't know anything of that conflict. But he does know about the observatory now and has also stolen the plans in addition to the money. I love how that's one of the optional objectives here, you know, to kind of like pickpocket all the Templars without them knowing. Carbon, one thing I love of AC4 is that Edward's techniques with the hidden blade looks a bit raw compared to the ones of the assassins that have been trained. Or at least this is your perception. Yeah, it definitely has its own style, you know, and I would agree that it's like a very raw one, the way it feels. I do think they reuse a couple of the animations from AC3, but there's also some new ones for sure. Need more Black Flag soundbits? Yeah, that's true. Do you have anything in mind, Harbinger? Also, hey there, Leo. Welcome in. It's not. Yeah, I have played Black Flag a couple times before already. First time in 2013 when the game launched. And I've played it since then, really, on a regular basis. Nowadays, you know, it's like at least once per year for the annual run. Hey there, Neptune, welcome in. You got this on sale last week and had never played Creed before. It's so good. Glad to hear it, that you're enjoying it. And yeah, this is a really good game to actually get into if you don't know too much about Assassin's Creed beforehand. And it's such a good game, you know, from the story and the characters to the open world and the exploration. The way also how naval and land exploration works together is just so well done, I think. Yeah, I just love the gameplay loop that you have with this game. Anything you like? I was actually thinking about making an alternative version, I guess, for Take My Sugar. I do plan on eventually having like a selection of similar soundbits, like the different Where Shards Lee variation, for example, and then just playing a random version upon redeeming the soundbit. And I could do the same with Take My Sugar. You know, kind of like also make that variation with anything you like. One of your favorite songs in gaming, Now You're Ready to Sail for the Horn. Yeah. I love the sea shanties in this game so much as well. Just great stuff. You bought AC1 Gamer Loop? Nice. That's great. I hope you have a great time starting it. Definitely keep us updated if you like about what's happening and how much you enjoy it. Hey Vamola, how's it going, dude? You would give me your sugar, but I don't have to take it. That's fair, Mola. I would also gladly just, you know, get it given from you. instead of taking it. As long as I get the sugar. Sounds good, Gamer Loop. Definitely have a good start to the game. I really hope you enjoy it. Starting a taco Thursday and work. Very nice. Glad to hear you're doing well. Hope you also had a good Easter weekend. And yeah, we're doing well. Thank you for asking, Mola. Had a very nice Easter weekend. Stayed with the family and also took the doggo with us. My parents also have like a huge garden, so yeah, the doggo could just free roam around and was like super happy. Also to have like so many people to meet and people to play with and stuff. So it was definitely a really nice experience for her as well, you know. Oh, very nice, Mola. That's always good. You know, getting some days off work and just relaxing. Yeah, you could definitely tell that, you know, that's the life she wants to have. Just like, you know, having like so much space and stuff. Definitely gonna come back in like 2 weeks or so. And then she can roam around a bit more. No worries, Leo. So my favorite AC game would still be AC2. Because I just love, you know, Ezio so much as a character and his origin story to become an assassin. And it's really like a story that touched me on a personal level. And I found Ezio to be quite relatable, like what he goes through and how he reacts to what's happening. And I love the setting, you know, like Renaissance Italy, I think is done so good and well. And yeah, you know, I can really understand, I guess, why Ezio's doing the things that he does. And I also love the ending. It kind of like grows past his desire for vengeance, I guess. I also love the soundtrack so much by Jesper Kid. I think it's just so damn fitting and really creates like a whole mood for the game. And I do think also AC2 is one of the most influential games in the series because it gave us so much, you know, about like how the open worlds work and what kind of activities we will be having. The whole like home-based system with renovations. Also the sanctuary and kind of like showcasing different assassins throughout time with the assassin tombs. Because that really opened up the way for other games to connect to that. For example, with Origins, right? If it wasn't for AC2, then we wouldn't have had Aya, probably, the way she ended up being. And yeah, it's really cool how it kind of like opened up so much. Also with the glyphs and the modern day. You know, showcasing all the pieces of Eden throughout time and who had it. It just really opened up the way for so many more settings to connect to that. And if it wasn't for the success of AC1 and 2, then Assassin's Creed would have been a trilogy and would have ended after 3 games. So all the other games we had now probably wouldn't have been created if it wasn't so well received and Ubisoft wanting to kind of like extend the series. But yeah, my second favorite would definitely be Origins though. I just love Bayek and I love Egypt as a setting, and I think it's such a good origin story. Even if some things have been retconned, I do think they did such a good job showcasing the start of the Brotherhood. A good choice. Florence and Venice were masterpieces in that game. Yours is Origins. It took you by surprise being such a good stealth game. 2 is the spine of the series, no contest, and Jesper Kid is a wizard. Yeah, it was so good to get him back for Valhalla as well, I think. I loved his work on that game too. And yeah, I was actually surprised too, you know, when Origins was announced and I saw the gameplay for the first time. I really thought that it was like much more combat focused and stuff, and while the combat was of course like revamped and definitely had some sort of focus in the game, the stealth is actually one of the best in the series, like one of the best working systems, I think. Because with also the different kind of bows and stuff, you had like more opportunities, and there's like lots of tools. You have smoke bombs, you have sleep darts, poison darts, all those kind of things, you know, that really makes stealth such a treat in Origins. And that's the reason why I'm really looking forward to play through that game also with a stealth challenge, because yeah, there's just gonna be so many ways we can go ahead and take care of being stealthy in that game. So it's gonna be a great time, I think. Disliked Odyssey by comparison. Yeah, I remember being quite hyped for Odyssey because I always thought that ancient Greece was an interesting setting, and definitely is. I wasn't very happy with how they treated the lore and how they connected to other AC games, because I feel like there's a lot of logical errors in how they have written it. I will say though that it's a really good action RPG game, in my opinion. At least when it comes to gameplay and gameplay styles and stuff, it works quite well. And I can have fun with a game, like on a gameplay level. And obviously the game world is beautiful and all that, but yeah, when it comes to the story and being authentic to the series, I think Odyssey was very underwhelming to me. Which is also why it's one of my least favorite AC games in comparison to others. But I still think it's a pretty solid game overall, and I definitely respect people enjoying it, I guess, and having a good time with it. Because I can definitely see the you know, benefits of the game too. But yeah, I'm definitely with you there that I prefer Origins and the way they take it that game so much more, to be honest.
Rest well, Duncan. Tomorrow the treasure fleet arrives, and with it, your reward. After which we will discuss further schemes.
I look forward to it.
Excelente. Meet me down at the docks first thing tomorrow morning.
Governor Torres requests your presence at the docks near the Castillo. First thing tomorrow morning.
Damn, this guy is fast. Yeah, his sprinting speed is much higher than mine. Actually insane. Why is he so fast? There we go. Can't wait to see what they do with Bazin. Yeah, I'm actually quite intrigued in his character and origin story. Because I did actually quite like him in Valhalla, and I can really understand why he became the person that he is and why he had so much anger and desire for vengeance as well. You kind of like understand more about the First Civilization storyline. So I'm intrigued to see, you know, how they handle him accepting his past, I guess, and yeah, I don't want to spoil too much, I guess, about Valhalla. I also haven't played it, but it's gonna be very interesting showcasing that and also kind of like a more traditional approach to an assassin protagonist again. Because of the past couple of games, we didn't really have like a full-fledged assassin from the beginning of a game. I mean, ever since 2015, we didn't have like a full-fledged assassin character. Because even though Bayek becomes an assassin, he's a magi for most of the game. It's more like of a transitional kind of like sequence, I guess. Still thought we never got any more portrayal of Adam and Eve. Yeah, I do think they can showcase so much more about the first Civ storyline. But instead of like having this mythological veil really show us what happened, I guess. Yeah, the great thing with the glyphs in AC2 and the later games was kind of like the mystery they created about first Civ. And getting more and more answers periodically just felt really like, kind of like drew me more in with every kind of like game. But yeah, that kind of like took a step backwards in lots of ways. The focus on that kind of like storyline.
Good morning, Duncan. Just over here.
Edward? Hello, Edward! I found a man to purchase my remaining sugar! Huh? Quite a coup, I must say.
He just called you Edward.
Oh, that's the merchant who sailed me here. Out of caution, I gave him a false name.
Ah, well done.
We'll catch up on it later.
Very punctual, Duncan. This way. Here he is. A man both Templars and Assassins have sought for over a decade. I am told your surname is Roberts. Is this so? You recognize this, I think.
According to old tales, the blood of a sage is required to enter the observatory.
We have the key. Now we need only its location. Perhaps Mr. Roberts will be eager to provide it. Transfer him to my residence.
Such a fuss over one man. Is the observatory really such a grand prize?
Si, sin duda. The observatory was a tool built by the precursor race. Its worth is without measure.
Precursor race? I see.
One of your early letters mentioned a desire to kill the Mayan mentor, Atabay. Were you able to carry out this contract before coming here?
I was not, no. Too many complications along the way.
A pity. But the maps you delivered with the blood vial will see that job finished.
Aye. That's the idea.
I don't like this route, Torres. We're exposed.
Something is wrong. Stay close, Grandmaster.
I feel it too. Do not let them get their hands on the sage, at whatever cost.
Assassins! Above! They're on the rooftops!
Watch the streets and alleys. They could be anywhere.
Protect the sage!
No me jugaré el pellejo. ¡Corre!
Abstergo. Oh, come on. For some reason I can't counter sometimes. I like bugged or something.
Stop him!
You're a nimble one, I'll give you that. Hang back and make this easy on both of us, mate. Stop, or I'll kneecap you.
Well done, lapdog.
Quiet.
We'll see him to the prisons, Grandmaster.
Double the watch.
Well, I'll be buggered. What an active day we've had, gents.
See, he's set on all sides by our enemies. We must be more cautious.
I do wish I could remain to see our drama done, but I must avail myself of these winds and sail for England.
By all means, Captain, speed and fortune to you.
With luck, I'll return myself a governor.
I make my own luck.
King's blessing, no less. Adios.
As for you, Mr. Walpole, I consider this the first payment in a long-term investment. Gracias.
Obliged.
I would like you to be present for the interrogation tomorrow. Call around noon.
Yes, sir.
The NPCs have a background running in circuits for. But the reason I waited there and didn't tackle the sage earlier, of course, is that I had to tackle him from above. So really gotta get the timing right there. But yeah, that does it. Okay, let's have a look here at the sword sets. Because we could technically buy some new ones. Or just equip some new ones, technically. I think the pistols are more important though, to be honest. Now, if we're looking for stealth, then range is of course the best one, because as long as you do headshots, the enemies are dead. So damage and stun doesn't matter, as long as the range is really good. Pirate blunderbusses instead are really good for kind of like combat, because you can, you know, stun and damage people much more. But of course the range is much lower. But given that right now I will primarily use pistols in combat, I'm gonna go for a pirate blunderbuss. And it's also less expensive. Instead of bulky blunderbusses, popular among pirates for their brashness. We can also buy pieces of art which we can later display in our home base. But we're still way from getting there, so I'm not gonna get any of those yet. Wanna make sure we have enough money to kind of like buy all these ship upgrades once we get it. Another shanty nearby here, it seems. Oh yeah. It's all the shanties collected in Havana.
¡Alto! ¿Intentas pasarte de listo?
My cold dead sword will never stop with you, Captain.
Grazie. My thanks. I'm your
Grazie.
man now,
Capitano. Where is Antonio? How about a bit of coffee? But either way, before we actually continue with the main story, I'm gonna go and take a break now, because we've been already on for about 3 hours already. So I'm gonna go and take a break now, and then when I come back, we're gonna be finishing with sequence 2 and make a start on sequence 3 as well. But yeah, right now though, we still have 5% total sync though. kind of interesting we give us the summary for sequence 1 because we're already in sequence 2 here. But maybe it's kind of like it's putting both sequences together here. Never mind, it is the last sequence recap, right? So it makes sense that it would kind of like showcase the previous one. Never mind. If it caught in, definitely. Wouldn't be right. But yeah, I'll be back in a few. And until then, I'm gonna leave you with some of the amazing soundtrack by Brian Taylor for this game. And then we're gonna continue here with sequence 2. So catch you guys in just a few. Thanks, Carbon. I definitely will. And yeah, this is of course a good opportunity for yourself also to grab something to drink or eat. You know, go up and stretch your legs. Always good to just stand up once in a while. So yeah, catch you guys in a few. Alright. Welcome back to more of Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag with our stealth and all mission objectives playthrough. And yeah, we're gonna head back into sequence 2 and finish it off. To then get started with sequence 3 and the first kind of like sequence focusing on open world exploration. And yeah, we just met with Templars and got introduced into their kind of like motives and some of the antagonists we're gonna meet along the way, I guess. So got a bit of an introduction to at least some of the major characters. But yeah, now it's all about getting to keep on working for the Templars so we can extort more money, essentially. And yeah, I'm gonna directly head here to the next major mission objective.
God sink me for this pittance. 1,000 reals for those maps. That's what? £100 at most. How's a man supposed to become rich in these times with a miser like Torres running the world?
Have you ever, worked on a plantation before?
You know what I'm thinking? I'd like to see this observatory the governor's going on about. He said it were like a device that could follow people around and show where they were.
A ludicrous idea. Imagine my wife with such an advantage over me.
But imagine what a thing like that'd be worth. Sell that to the right person and I'd be the richest pirate, privateer in the West Indies. I'll catch you up, Bonnet. There's a sage in that house I must speak to in private.
I like how Steed doesn't even realize, you know, that he said pirate there. Definitely has a couple of rum intos already. So we gotta stay out of combat and kill guards from stalking zones here. Okay, he doesn't care about checking this at all.
Esto.
Okay, I kinda hope that's the counter towards the mission objective here. Because I might have been detected there for a millisecond. I don't think the game counts a vote. But as long as the game doesn't count it, I'm not counting it either. But I guess we only see at the end of the mission here. Yeah, I think so too, Carbon. Let's hope so, I guess.
Basta ya!
What is your true name, rogue? It's, Captain Piss Off.
Bien que pauvre paysan.
Where is the sage? Did you set him free?
I had nothing to do with that. Much as I wish I did.
Take him to the ports. Send him to Sevilla with the treasure plate.
Oh, wait now! I delivered your treasures, didn't I?
You did, yes. But you robbed us of Duncan Walpole.
Alright, excellent. It still worked. It's good to know, I guess. If it's just like a millisecond detection.
A despicable display. This Tosspot is a ruined man, Caroline. Unfit for life on land, much less at sea. If he goes to the West Indies, it's you who'll suffer.
Father! Father! Come, love. Up with you now.
That old muckworm! He's wrong about me!
I hope it's so.
You believe me, don't you? Can you not see me? Standing out there on the deck of a ship that's sliding into port. And there I am, a man of quality. With 1,000 doubloons spilling from my pockets. Like drops of rain. I can see it.
La cena. Cómetela rápido.
You hungry?
Hungry for liberation. Not the first time they escaped captivity.
Find the weapon and steal a ship.
Que Dios nos ayude. No me gusta la pinta de esa tormenta que se acerca.
Parece que se está desviando al oeste, hacia el Golfo. Quizá estemos a salvo.
Come on, Ade. Go away there. Okay, it still worked.
We're stealing a brig. Hey, take what you need.
Won't be a minute.
There's many prisoners held on these ships. Set them free, and they'll sail with us, no question.
Lawford would immediately customize his outfit. Make it suitable for him.
So that's the idea then. Free what men we can, then find a fast ship to flee in.
Aye, there's a brig in this fleet. I'll make my way to it.
There's a catch to this favor. You're sailing with me.
I'd follow you to hell for this, mate.
Come on, lads. If we're to drown today, it won't be here.
Casi tenemos encima la tormenta. ¿Y qué pasa con los prisioneros? Que se ahoguen. Mejor ellos que nosotros.
There's a brig nearby just waiting for us to take her.
This one's a bit tricky because we're not standing close enough to each other for me to double assassinate them. Can't I hang here? Okay. Jesus Christ. This mission stealthing is quite difficult. And how many guys are patrolling the ships here? Finally.
Voy a ir a lo más alto. Esto es una locura.
Cálmate, no pasará nada. En unos minutos partiremos.
Doesn't can't whistle him apparently. Could show myself, I guess, like this for him to come over here.
¿De verdad vas a intentar escapar de nosotros?
¡Deja de retorcerte, pirata! ¿Me entiendes? ¡No te muevas!
We're going topside. Be ready.
That's a forced combat scenario here, I believe. Or maybe not.
Lay aboard, lads!
Save your singing for Davy Jones, you jagabats! It's a hard wind coming!
The man speaks true. You lot weigh anchor. As for the rest, half on the foremast and half at the main. Let's outrun this hurricane! Keep watch on those galleons.
They won't. Far too slow for this weather.
Ready to fire, sir!
Mark any orders you think wise, mate. We're up against it here.
These men know their place. They'll see us home.
Fire! Give the orders, sir! Fire! Captain Ransom and their fire! They're on the ball line to hell!
Yeah, it's so good. Absolutely love Brian Tyler's music here in Black Flag.
I see it.
Fasten yourself!
Water spout!
Love the environment effects here as well. Baroque waves and water spouts.
Water spout, man! Stay away!
not looking good.
Steady as she goes, man. Ease off the wheel. Water level, sir. Ain't out. Let's go. Brace for impact.
Leave a dealer there, lad. But we'll all... Next big cloud was for the deed, Captain.
Holy shit, I actually died to a water spout.
Keep watch on those galleons. See they don't give us trouble.
They won't. Far too slow for this weather.
On your mark, Captain. The whole place shot there.
Mark any orders to think wisely. We're up against it here.
These men know their place. They'll see us home.
Yeah, same here. I mean, the ocean has so many dangers. Plus, it's like largely unexplored, so there's like so much you can know about what might be lurking in the water.
I see it.
Incoming fire! Here it comes! Incoming fire! Fire! On target!
Ready to fire, sir? We're ready, sir. Water spout.
Jesus, Leo, that sounds really scary if that happens. Like one of the engines just blowing up entirely? Jesus.
Fasten yourselves!
Hope nothing too bad happened there.
Water spout, man. Stay away.
It's not looking good.
Steady as she goes, man.
Yeah, once I've taken a ship from Sweden to Poland, and we also had like a massive storm happening during the night. So the whole ship like shaked back and forth, and you honestly couldn't go through the corridors without going from like one wall to the other. And yeah, and one guy was also like trapped outside because the wind was so strong that the pressure on the door was so insanely strong that you know, essentially couldn't open it from outside anymore. But eventually found a way in, I think. It's definitely crazy, you know, the amount of like the natural occurrences on like the open sea and how strong they can really be. And I mean, there wasn't even like a huge ocean either. I gotcha, Leo. That's fair. What I still remember is even when we arrived after the ship had docked, that everything was still shaking for at least a couple hours.
By God, we pulled this one straight from the teeth of Neptune. I'm Edward. Much thanks for your aid back there.
Adewale.
Ever been to Nassau, Adewale?
Not yet.
By God, she took some knocks, didn't she? I think I'll keep her. All hands aft, lads! We're taking this one home! I've made my choice, Addy. I'm calling her the Jackdaw. A sly bird I loved as a child back in Swansea.
A dark little creature, no?
Did it rub you wrong when I took this brig as mine own?
It was the sort of rub I have learned to endure, sailing among faces of such fairness.
It's true. Most of these men wouldn't accept you as a captain. So what fair role would complement such unfairness?
I'll be your quartermaster. Nothing less.
All right. And as quartermaster, have you any immediate counsel for this Tyro Captain?
Rest and repast would do us good before Nassau. Water for drinking. Hunting for food and repairs.
Well reasoned, sir. Hunting, it shall be. We'll find a decent place to drop anchor. I spied a few items in the hold earlier. Powder and a few pistols. I think I'll fashion a second holster if I can.
It's a good start.
One you find laughable.
Could we talk a moment about the condition of the ship?
What's the trouble?
I had a walk about the gun deck this morning, and couldn't stand for what I saw. A clutter of linstocks heaped like tinder, and one with a slow match, still burning.
Christ.
And just nearby, 2 barrels of gunpowder, closer than man and wife. Fit to explode at the touch of a spark.
We'll stow ours good and proper.
As for the cannons, they might as well be tossed. Clogs touch holes in need of scraping, corrosion on the bodies, barrel swabs as naked as knives, and breech ropes so rotted, I could use them for knitting yarn. The short of it is, we need good equipment kept in fine condition. But we cannot win every battle with snares and shouts. So worry about your own armament when it suits you. But don't forget about your jackdaw as well.
No, indeed. We'll make it a point to keep this ship and its crew in fine condition.
Indeed, that's the plan. Definitely gonna take good care of the Jackdaw, and I will try to max it out, because it will help tremendously in the legendary ship battles, of course. Almost like a must, unless you wanna do like a, you know, even more of a challenge out of it. Definitely gonna take lots of ships early on here, because we need as many resources and money as possible. Yeah, now the fun really begins with the whole like open world exploration. Because that's really what the game is about, you know, like sailing and then uncovering different kind of like islands with secrets to carry.
Trim the yards off the wind! Clue up! Clue up! Furl the main! Reef those gallants!
We gotta shoot an iguana and air assassinate an ocelot. So they actually did a step back here from AC3 and didn't give you like the quality option for pelts. So no matter how you kill them, they're still gonna have like perfect condition pelt. And you can use it. Okay, there we go. Let's find some iguanas here. Now we can go to the crafting section and then get the pistol holster for the second pistol and the first health upgrade. This is actually one of the collectibles we will be collecting in the game, because these are the messages in the bottle, which are letters left behind by the previous sage. However, I'm gonna read them in order of how we kind of like have to read them. So we're gonna start with the first, of course, and then work our way through them.
This is more like it.
Yeah, that's everything I'm gonna do here in Abaco Island.
Ahoy, Captain. Find what you need.
My needs and wants are oceans apart, mate. But I did fashion myself a new holster. All I need now is a pistol to lie in it.
Yeah. Taken from the holds, just as you said.
Little more than a blowpipe. But it'll do. So, are we rested? Or should we idle a while longer?
Best way anchor. I think the crew is itching to reach civilization.
You'll find no civilization in Nassau. But it's a fine place to be merry all the same.
Ava Hitpix, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. I hope you have a good rest and night. And definitely will have a good time. Just unlock the open world pretty much, so can't wait to actually explore the different islands again.
Hold down and crew up.
Okay, let's have a quick look here at the cabin. Never mind, can't go there yet.
Captain, loose and catch the wind.
Last man cleans the bilge!
Fire! We're at Jordan sail. Get off the squall. Take a shot right there, sir. Fire! 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 Ready to fire, sir. Haul in the stunsail. Enemy fire! Fire!
Look, Captain, the whole place shot down!
Larboard! Right! Fire! Douse off with me!
Oh, that's the naval convoy. It's level 23 and I'm quite low health right now, low level.
Unfurl aloft! Man your sheets!
It doesn't run away either, so we can do it at the later point. Attacking a level 23 as a level 1. Kind of ballsy, but I am tempted. If there wasn't like so many other ships just spawning all of a sudden. Oh, interesting. Actually quite a conflict here. And that's good for us actually. We can use this conflict. Yeah, we can use the British ship here to fight with it against the Spanish. Uh-oh. It's gonna be a tricky one. Uh-oh.
Get the mainsails into the wind. Bastards! Ready to fire, sir!
Yeah, where's this guy going? He just crashed straight up. Amazing. Okay, so this is a good backup plan here. Let's not destroy this ship actually. Of course, we can board it and then get some health back, potentially. Okay, let's go ahead and chase Skybo.
Ready to fire! There's a good shot, Fire!
Jeez, I do like 0 damage.
Vulnerable there, Captain! Look, Captain, the won't place shot there! Fire! Sword north sail! Short sail! Get off the swarm! Fire! Take a shot! Right there, sir! Fire! Ready to fire! Fire! And away from
Uh oh, I can't
Let's move!
board anymore.
Weakest right there, Captain!
I guess we did it. Level 1 Jackdaw against level 23 Frigate.
Pull them down the howl,
I was about to say Mola. Would definitely not be the best thing to replace, I guess. And thanks for GG's and use for Gamer Loop. Oh yeah. 2000 Reales ain't too bad actually.
Citizen!
Ava Aura, welcome in. Citizen. The comeback of the sea shanties. You gotta love it. Do I have to go to Nassau? I think so.
Go on, Captain Queernabs. Tell me I'm under arrest. Tell me!
Them your breads.
Fly away, boyo! Back to your master!
Aye. We was privateers together before the wars ended. I'll see you ashore.
Nassau, home of a pirate nation. I mean, there's always a good time to play some Black Flag, I would say. Just way too much fun. It was really good, Aura, thank you for asking. Yeah, I had a lovely time with the family, some really good food. The dog also enjoyed a massive garden and lots of playtime with all kinds of new people to meet. So she was like on cloud 9, pretty much. How about you? I hope you had a good Easter weekend as well. Whoops.
You've a bloody nerve. Be careful.
Sorry, Papa, dude. Oh, nice. I can craft the pistol ammo pouch. Your weekend was okay. You don't celebrate Easter, so you just showed and watched reality TV. Your dog also loves parties. He was at your wedding reception and loved getting to beg for food from so many people. Yeah, very effective, you know. The more people, the more potential treats and pets you get. There's some crocodiles here, actually. He had his own cake too. Must have been stoked about that aura. Yeah, the last time my dog ate cake from like the ground somewhere. She was doing really bad with her stomach. Let's have a look if I can buy anything from the harbor master here. Okay. I'm not considered to be a ship captain yet, I guess, because I need a bigger crew. Or you ordered a special dog cake for him, so you did okay? Ah, okay, gotcha. That's good, but it wasn't like a regular cake, I guess. Yeah, we gotta get a dog cake as well for her birthday or something. Special occasion.
By God, you're a sight for salty eyes. Come you in and have a drink.
Morning, all.
Ahoy, Kenway. Who's this?
Adewale, the Jackdaw's quartermaster.
Jackdaw. You named your brig after a poxy bird.
Ade, these lads are the better part of our growing confederacy here. Ed Thatch, Ben Hornigold, James Kidd.
You let him carry a pistol, do you?
Peace, Ben. Ade saved my life. And now we're looking to find a crew to fill out the rest of my ship.
Well, there's scores of capable men about. We use caution. A shipload of the King's sailors showed up a fortnight back, causing trouble and knocking about like they own the place.
Right. I'll see who I can muster.
Gotta disarm and kill guards.
I'll put them to work.
Cheers, Ade.
Okay, that essentially means I have to go into combat. Because the only way to disarm people is by letting them attack you. But the parts that I can do stealthy, I will still do stealthy.
If a lobster sticks... I'm with you, mate. Through-hearted.
Yeah, the Berserk darts are gonna be so helpful. The steep darts as well. I'll make sure to kill the sniper first. Let me take care of the other guys. Okay, gonna go to combat with these guys here. So can I order them to just wait here? Alright, let's disarm them. Okay. That's the combat part done here. Here's my combat scenario already, so with this.
Be ashamed to deny them. Take no notice, just let me find right off. Pulled me from the deep there, Captain. Jack thanks you hardy.
I should ship him to...
Yeah, it's funny how people react to being berserked in the AC games. Also in Unity, it's like super funny. That song. Yeah, berserk, that would have been cool. I mean, you can berserk some people, right, in Valhalla? Wasn't there like an ability to berserk people? Through the DLC or something?
Where are we?
Okay, now we gotta shoot the rope to save a pirate, which means we're gonna be thrown into combat guaranteed. So gonna make an exception for that part of the mission here.
Kenway, come fast! There's soldiers of Captain Man in irons. They need to hang him.
This pirate bears the blood of many innocents on his hands. His Majesty's honorable representative has decreed the sentence shall be to hang by the neck until dead.
I or my crew will find a way to settle the score, Russell. You have my solemn oath on that. Are you dead? Thank you. Heartily, Edward.
I gotcha, Aura. Yeah, that might be the ability that I was thinking of.
Now you'll want to sail somewhere rich with plunder.
Have you heard of a place called the Observatory?
Aye. It's an old legend, like El Dorado or the Fountain of Youth.
What have you heard?
It's meant to be a temple or a tomb, hiding a treasure of some kind.
That's it. See here.
Oh, rot. It's fairy stories you prefer to gold, is it?
It's worth more than gold, Thatch. 10,000 times above what we could pull off any Spanish ship.
Robbing the king to pay his porpoise is how we earn our keep here, lad. It ain't a fortune. It's a fantasy.
Indeed. There she is, Aura. One of my absolute favorite characters in this story.
Son.
Another naval convoy. It's actually one of the soundtrack pieces you can hear in AC Valhalla when you visit Vinland, which of course is in North America. Bit of reference to the team behind Black Flag because it's the same team behind Origins and Valhalla, and Revelations actually. I'm sure he's fine. He dropped in the water. The Sparta kicked him down there. I mean, he was clearly a pirate, so if he can't swim, that's on him, isn't it? Just gonna go by that logic. I wonder if there's a secret over here. Doesn't seem like. I think now that I have a crew, though, I should probably be able to get some upgrades for the ship. Of Ejector. I'm definitely gonna try to check again on the Harbor Master. I do think I might have to wait until the next main story though, because it will lead us to the Harbor Master as well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's like tied to a main story that I can't do it before the game introduces me to the mechanic essentially. The most iconic sea shanty ever. The Drunken Sailor.
You require my services?
Oh, okay. I can actually buy a few things. I mean, I can't buy the hard armor yet because I need to unlock or progress further in the main story. But I could actually get the mortars, which is very helpful. This set of black mortars allows Ejector to deal long-range damage. I can also get the heavy shot for short-range damage. I could technically increase the harpoon storage or naval hunting and the strength. But I think that's all for now. We could even change the appearance, right? Gonna keep the figurehead for sure. There's a couple different sails that are unlocked from the get-go that I could choose from. But I'm just gonna keep it simple for now, I think. Take my sugar. And my rum. I love taking thoughts in this game. It almost makes up for the hell that is diving. Yeah, diving can be quite tricky with all the sharks and stuff.
Mutually agreeable, I'm sure.
Or like other creatures of the sea that like to surprise you.
Morning, Kenway. Not a bad-looking tinderbox you got there.
You sound a bit green, Horny Gold. Is it envy? Is mine bigger than yours?
No, I reckon it's this Jamaican funk. I prefer the Spanish stuff. So, you've got yourself a fancy brig now. Fine. Well, I'm gonna teach you how to sail her right. And how to take a prize the proper way. Thatch, we'll catch you up at the old fishing village.
Aye.
Where's your helmsman, Kenway?
I take pride in piloting my own ships, Ben. Keeps me alert.
Let's make some headway, shall we?
I've no need for schooling. How many prizes did we take together as privateers?
There's a chasm of difference between joining a raid and captaining one. We're looking out for merchants, boys! Them that's fat with cargo. Find us a schooner with that spyglass, Kenway. You'll get yourself a glimpse of what sort of cargo they're shipping and a general idea of their toughness. Are you trifling with me, lad? Take out your spyglass.
It's very demanding.
There's a prize worth taking.
Good. Take us in close. After you subdue a prize, project authority. Demand respect that you would never give yourself. This weaves a spell over soft minds. For your victims must always have in the back of their minds the uneasy idea that you could snap at any moment and unseam them from prick to sternum. Fire what cannons you will, and land a few strikes if you must. But for God's sake, don't sink her. It's no fun fishing cargo out of the sea. Although it can be done.
She rises early in the morning. Fire!
Shock and crippler!
Fire! Ready to fire, Captain! Fire! Let themselves exposed! Fire! Goes the royals and top!
She's disabled now and taking on a decent amount of water. So keep your cannons quiet. Take care not to sink her. Ease in close. We'll ready the grapnels.
I cannot wait for more dialogue before I actually board here.
Look, Captain, a well-placed shot!
All ship incoming, Captain!
There ain't the shore exposed! Take the shot!
Sounds all but me!
Yeah, that's true aura, you know. It's like, yeah, I gotta hide from all of these sea creatures, but then
Steer up alongside her.
you still gotta make sure that you don't actually lose all the oxygen. So it's like really under pressure of time. Yeah, that's true. There's definitely some similarities, I think, in the way they speak and behave. More than between Haven and Edward, I think.
Que tengo un buen dia, senor. I am Captain Hornigold, and this is my crew. We're sailors like yourselves, but quite unalike in our purpose. For we intend to take all that you own. Yet no harm shall befall any man so long as he remains at ease. Is that clear?
No me mate, señor. Tengo familia. Se lo suplico.
Anyone speak English? Inglés?
Little bit.
Tell your friends we're stealing your goods, and we won't hurt nobody if everyone stays as still as a sandbar. You got that?
Please to repeat.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Lock them in the hold, and take everything that isn't nailed down. Good take today, Kenway. Half a dozen scores of that size, and you'll be set for a year. Now let's sell this cargo and fix up your jackdaw with a few more trinkets.
I'm looking for a prize that'll set me up for life. Be king of the West Indies, then?
We came to Nassau to get away from the likes of kings.
Well, I'll be a man of property and promise anyway.
Jesus, let that dream go, lad. Nassau is the place to be, not England.
Do you ever dream of a big score? ship so full of gold and silver, just split it and sail home.
Sure, but it's only a dream. Every man hopes to find a dozen chests of gold with no owners. They're as rare as an honest king.
Oops. I wanna drive into Nassau here. Let's turn about. Okay, we still gotta find some rum for the optional objectives here.
Our force patrol these waters closely, Captain.
We have Andreas Island. I wanna kinda finish the mission war first, so I'm gonna check that out later.
Awaiting your mark, Captain.
There's actually a bull shark hunting opportunity over here.
She's weak as right there, guys! Fire! Themselves exposed! They're on the wall! That's with the most gender! Fire! Fire! She's weak as right there, Captain! Fire!
Okay, there we go. There's the rum we need.
They're still exposed. Take the shot. Ready to fire, Captain. Look, Captain, the whole place shot down. Fire! Closing. All there, Captain. Suspect. They're all alone, sir. Fire! Commander, she's gone.
There we go. That finishes the optional objective as well.
Get to your stairs. Let's round it all on.
I think we've lost them, sir.
Shorten sail! Get off the squall!
Hard enough! Hold down and crew up! Furl those men!
¿Puedo ayudarlo en algo?
Okay, now we can finally get the hull armor upgrade, which gives the ejector some resistance to medium amounts of damage. Gonna come in very handy there.
Not a bad take today. Keep this up and Nassau will be the first city where men and women may live as God made them. Easy and free. All it takes is a few drops of blood, sweat, and a swatch of cloth.
We fly no colors out here. We praise the lack of them. So let the black flag signal nothing but your allegiance to man's natural freedoms. This one's yours. Fly it proud.
I will.
A hand over the docket I lent you. If we're to keep our republic afloat, we'll need guns as well as gold.
That means attacking the Navy.
So long as they're flying King Philip's colors will not offend our own monarch. As you've likely seen, the number of merchants roving these waters is 70 the number of military ships.
Aye, easy purchase, but in small doses.
Right. So to lure the Navy out of hiding, it's best to cause a bit of mischief.
Catch a few small fish to attract the big ones.
Sail ho! Military class brig on the horizon!
Good eye, man. Are you ready for this, Kenway? She won't go down without an honest fight.
Who's up for taking that brig, lads? Shout aye! That's a sound I like to hear. Pipe to quarters! All hands to cannons!
Careful around the Navy. They're as likely to ram you as fire a broadside.
Let's test those powder barrels against them, shall we?
Aye, good thinking.
Okay, we're still looking for 5 more metal here. Plus I need to plunder 30 sugar and also a hunter ship.
Every last scrap of duck on the wind! Ride the wind, for all's his worth!
Now you're ready to sail for the Horn. Roll and go. Our boots and our clothes, boys, are all in the we're all getting dandy, dandy, oh. Heave up, oh, heave away. Roll and go. The anchor's on board and the
Enemy making ready to fire! Goes for Royal! Come! Come! Like a mad duck! Fire! Fire! Oh, come on! Hit the bastards! Fire! Enemy fire! Say the word to that! All top! Round it all on! Four! Reel the lovers in!
I love when you don't even have to board the enemy ship, you can just shoot them. Definitely saves you a bit of time when doing these boarding opportunities. It really is aura. The music in general is just so awesome, but yeah, especially during action scenes and stuff. Just fits so well.
It's a break! Spaniards! The line set, Cap! Don't all but me! Captain! Fire! They've got us! Ready to fire, Cap! Fire!
That was a rumble, by God. How do we fare?
A fine purchase, no mistake. Now I think it's time to lay low and bribe our way back into secrecy.
Agreed. So, how do we get rid of this notoriety you've stirred up?
Money, my boy. A well-placed bribe to the right government official. See the military off your tail.
Right, let's do that. I'll need to meet these good Samaritans at some point.
Smart thinking.
Ava, if you are welcome in. Good morning. Hope you had a good Easter weekend. Yeah, gotta actually plunder both Hunter. But also we gotta get some sugar, I believe.
Awaiting orders! Taking a hit, Cap!
Take my sugar! Take anything you like!
Ready, sir! On your mark!
Indeed.
Close down! Catch some wind! Get the main free! Close down, Gallants! Fire! Look, Captain, won't waste up there! Ready to fire, sir! Give me some speed! Ground on every inch of sail! Cut this gallant! Lose the trip! Fire! Get him there, sir! That'll wipe him out! Fire! On your way!
Nice Fear. That's good to hear. And yeah, also had a very good Easter weekend. Spent it with the family. Okay, we still gotta get some sugar here, so let's see if I can't find a ship that actually has some.
Loose all and trim sharp to the wind! Crowd on all the sail we have!
Farewell and adieu to you, Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to you, ladies of Spain. For we've received orders for to sail for old England, and we may never see you, our ladies, again. We'll rant and we'll roar like true British sail. We'll rant and we'll roar all on the salt sea until we strike soundings in the channel of old England. From ocean at the sea is 35 leagues. We hove our ship to with the wind from southwest.
Here, there's some sugar.
Deep soundings to take.
Gotta take it all.
45 fathoms with a white sandy bottom. So we squared our main yard and up channel did steer. We rant and we'll roar like true British sailors. Fire! And we'll roar all on the salt sea. And we'll fire!
We're ready, sir! Weakest landing more of the dogs, sir! Ready to fire, sir! Look, Captain, a well-placed shot there! Fire! Ease off the wind! There, sir! Good shot to cripple her! Away the floor exposed! Take the shot, sir! You're different, lad! Fire! There, sir! Good shot to cripple her! Hear the news! Look, Captain, a well-placed shot there! Ready to fire!
Okay, I think I'm still missing like 15 sugar or something. So yeah, let's keep on searching here. I think I'm mainly looking for schooners actually, because the bricks seem to be carrying more like wood and metal. I mean, there's some sugar actually. So heavy shot and mortar. So I'm definitely gonna go and try to plunder that, I think. Amount of explosions here, though. It's like a Michael Bay movie. There we go. That's the 30 sugar we needed. Now we can go back to Sword Key and take care of our notoriety. Because the more ships we actually destroy and plunder, the more kind of like we're gonna raise our notoriety and have like pirate hunters behind us. which can actually be helpful because on the highest level there's gonna be like man o' wars with like huge amounts of metal. So if in desperate need of metal, that's actually a good way to get it. But of course at some points it can be annoying because others you just wanna, you know, go from one place to another without going into combat all the time. But it's good that you can utilize the notoriety system to your benefit if you want to.
We're crews up! Eat her sticks!
Furl! Furl all sail! Do you hear the news?
Oi, Kenway. Need to disappear? Thanks. Consider yourself absolved of all sin, my son.
I can buy the broadside cannons.
¿Puedo ayudarlo?
I have to do it from the captain's cabin wall.
You're a wonder, Kenway. You've a knack for this kind of work.
It ain't work if you love it.
It's hard.
But I ain't doing this forever, lads. Only until I get enough coin to buy some land and influence back home.
Jesus, will you listen to your tripe? Still dreaming on about that strumpet back in England when you could have any better you wanted here and now.
Ah, such lofty goals for you gents. And here I thought I was in the company of scoundrels. Fine purchase today. What's the crew's mood?
All smiles and no teeth. And there's a few talking about meeting with Master Kid to steal from a nearby plantation.
Plantation? That's ambitious.
Profitable too, if we can manage it.
Aye. It's a good idea.
Indeed it is.
Get the mainsails into the wind! As much sail as you can!
Habajay, try not to watch everything. You want to play this again after the first few Resident Evil games. That's definitely understandable, dude. You know, if you want to take a break from AC and get back to it after the Resident Evil games. I think that's a good idea, though, to kind of like make it feel still fresh, you know? It's quite a bit of meadow there.
Awaken your mind! Fire! Fire! Reset all talk! Ready to fire, sir! Fire! Fire! All exposed, take the shot, sir! Fire! Fire! Yes, sir, good shot to cripple her! Fire! Fire! Let me die!
That's definitely significantly more damage with the cannons. Okay, let's go ahead and have a look at the captain's cabin here, because there's some upgrades I could be getting. Could upgrade our health further. I'd rather get some more damage though, I gotta say. I do want to get the ram, because currently we're taking damage whenever we're ramming somebody. Which is not gonna happen with an actual ram now. Definitely gonna increase the round shot strength. Also gonna increase the amount of cannons I can carry. Let's increase the swivel strength as well. a regular round shot strength as well. It's also increased the chain shot strength, increasing the stun damage it deals. Can also get the crimson cells now? I can. Nice. These are probably my favorite ones because I think it really suits the Jackdaw quite well. And it also reminds me of the animated movie by DreamWorks called Sinbad. Because he's also having similar kind of like cells. Pretty much the same color. Yeah, we're gonna be much stronger now.
Captain's out! Loose and trim too!
Yeah, this is also gonna be where I would call it today for AC4 Black Flag. Before we end for the day, let's have a quick look at the progress tracker. So currently at 11% total sync, with sequence 1 and 2 100%ed. We still have another 3 missions left in sequence 3 here, so gonna work on that and sequence 4 next time. Got a couple collector boats and side activities done, but the major amount of side missions will start next time, once you get introduced to the Templar hunts and assassin contracts. So yeah, next time is definitely gonna focus a bit more on the side stuff as well, since today was mostly focused on the main story. Also gonna be doing one of the forts for sure. Hey the Nemesis, welcome in. How's it going? If that's no worries, Aura, thank you for being here. And thank you everybody else as well who was in here joining today for the start of AC4 Black Flag. So the next stream of this is gonna be on Thursday, because tomorrow we're gonna be starting a new game most likely. It's gonna be a surprise, so I'm not gonna reveal it just yet. But yeah, looking forward to share that with you guys as well. It's gonna be definitely a new game. Something that I haven't streamed before. But yeah, for today though, let's go ahead and quit over here. And then we're gonna have a look to see who's online and who we could raid. Thanks, Nemesis. Yeah, still gonna be a couple hours for me before I go to sleep, but definitely will later. Yeah, it really is. The amount of like really good voice actors they got for Black Flag is insane, actually. Even people who have done mostly like regular acting and not any kind of like game acting before. But I think both the writing and the voice acting is just on another level with this game. Definitely a highlight. Yeah, Rod is still playing some Unity, isn't he? Let me quickly go over there and see if he's still actively going, or if he's gonna call it at this point. Ah yeah, he's still playing. Okay, in that case we're definitely gonna raid over there and see how he's doing with some AC Unity. So Ross is another streamer who's a big fan of the AC games, and he's also doing challenge runs with every game that he's playing. Currently he's doing Unity with a ranged challenge, so he can only perform kills with ranged weapons essentially. Before that, he's been doing a limit challenge with Black Flag, where he was only allowed to use certain types of weapons to kill enemies as well. And he's also done things like no HUD, no damage, no upgrades, and the likes. So there are lots of different kinds of playthroughs you can catch there from another streamer who's very passionate about the AC games. So yeah, let's head over there. If you would like to join me for the raid, you know the drill. You can copy and paste these raid emotes if you like to. And yeah, then I will be back tomorrow with a new game. And then on Thursday with more of AC Black Flag. So until then, I hope everyone is having a great rest of the day. And I will catch you all in the next one. Take care.